All right, good morning. Committee on Parole is called to order. It is 8:49 on June the 2nd, 2026. We will start with our revocation proceedings first this morning, and we are at St. Bernard Parish. Good morning.
Good morning.
We'd like to ask the officer to please introduce yourself for the record, sir.
Sergeant Babin.
Sergeant Babin, thanks for accommodating us this morning. I understand y'all were checked in early, so we'll try to take it pretty quick.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Swearington, is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell us your name and your DOC number, please?
MARKALL SWEARINGTON, 763319.
Sir, Mr. Swearington, so we're here for a revocation decision this morning. Do you have the revocation questionnaire there with you? Do you have any paperwork?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your signature at the bottom of that page?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that information tells us that you're not eligible for an appointed lawyer this morning. So are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your case this morning has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton, seated to my right. She'll take the lead on the question.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Swearington.
Good morning.
Today, what I'm going to do is read out your rule violations, and you're going to plead guilty or not guilty. And then if you need to give a statement, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
The first one is you absconded supervision on or about April the 25th. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Okay. You have a statement or just not guilty?
When my parole officer and the supervisor came to saw me not too long ago, the supervisor actually went to my mama's house and asked was I staying there. And my stepdaddy here was at the house, and he told him I was, because I never absconded.
Okay. All right. The second one, you changed, well, it says you changed your address of record and absconded supervision on or about April the 25th. Did you change your address of record and didn't tell them?
No, ma'am. I still live at 1821 Acock Street in Araby, Louisiana.
All righty. You were arrested by the St. Bernard Parish Sheriff's Office on February 14th, 2026, and charged with the criminal act of second-degree battery. The charges were declined by the St. Bernard Parish District Attorney's Office on March 19th, 2026. How do you plead on that, sir?
Not guilty.
Okay. On April the 1st, 2025, the parole board ordered you to enroll in and complete anger management program and obtain a substance abuse evaluation and follow all recommended treatment. You failed to verify enrollment or completion of the anger management and the substance abuse evaluation. How do you plead on that one?
Not guilty.
Did it?
No, because when I went home, they had a lady I had to talk to. When I went to the parole building, it was by the bridge on West Bank Expressway. When I went to go to see how to go about the classes, she was just telling me to get in contact with my parole officer so he could point me in the right direction. But as I'm steady going up there trying to get in contact with him, I couldn't find him. Like his phone was saying like it was disconnected or something. Then the lady just was telling me just contact her every like couple weeks, just to check in. That way they don't make it seem like I was absconding. So, as I'm checking in with her, instead of constantly calling her, one day she just told me like, you have to get in touch with your parole officer because they switched buildings to somewhere else. But I had no way to get in contact with him. I didn't know where to go or how to go about it. But when the supervisor just came and recently saw me, he told me once I get released this time to come to Gretna, a building in Gretna, and get everything together.
So you did not take classes, correct?
Oh, no, ma'am. No, ma'am.
All right, so let's go over what some of the charges were, and then explain. Okay, on number 3, in the probable cause for the preliminary hearing, it said, Mr. Skipper, I guess that's your stepfather or something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. He stated that Mr. Swearington was not living at this address, which was 1829 Acock Street, in Airville, Louisiana, for a period of about 90 days after having an altercation with him. And he advised that it was common knowledge that Samantha, well, I'm not going to say, another lady would pick him up and allow him to live at her residence with her and her underage daughter that he was allegedly dating. Mr. Skipper went on to say that Swearington's mother advised him that she would not be, that he should not be intimately involved with a minor. Anything to that?
No.
You have not been at another address.
No. The last time when I had a charge and I had something going on with my stepdaddy, that was in 2025. But after I got released from there, I was living there this time. Like when I went home in April 2025. That's when I was, like, from now on out up until recently, I was living there. Before that, I had an altercation with my stepdaddy, and I wasn't there for a couple weeks. That's when I ended up coming to jail in 2025. But after that, I was there.
Okay, well, it says here at the preliminary hearing that Swearington denies absconding supervision and states that he bears no responsibility for maintaining contact with the case officer, regardless of how many attempts are made at his address of record. Would it be that they came there many times and you just weren't there, you were somewhere else?
It probably just would have been like bad timing. I probably been and just left for some, but I never knew he came at all, though. I'm not saying he didn't, but I didn't know if he came or not.
Did you ever see him there?
No, ma'am.
Well, that was a red flag. Because that's one of the things they can do is visit your home. So, anyway, I will not engage in criminal activity.
Right.
So it goes on to say that you were arrested and charged with second-degree battery, and that there were people that were witnesses in a car that was occupied where you were at, and the other occupants of the car admitted that Mr. Swearington was present during a verbal dispute and struck the victim from behind. He insists it was not him, the wrong person. They say it was.
So that's why my charges was refused, because even my lawyer even presented that. He told me that they knew it wasn't me that did it. They picked the wrong person up.
Okay. But they were with you in the car. You were with some people in the car. You left the scene with some people in the car. They picked you up.
I was picked up on the way wherever they come from. I was on Golden, and I was picked up around the way, and then they got pulled over by the Walgreens, and I was arrested. But far as before that, I don't know what happened.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Let's see. Deputies met with the complainant, Mascaro, who advised that he was engaged in a verbal altercation with his 15-year-old daughter when a black male identified as Markall Swearington struck him with a closed fist in the back of his head. Mascaro said he fell to the ground and was briefly disoriented from the strike. Deputies documented a statement with body-worn camera that Mascaro had a large discolored lump behind his ear. Mascaro was evaluated on the scene by Canadian Ambulance Service, but no further medical attention was needed. And you still said it's you, right?
No, I don't know, ma'am. I don't know nothing about that.
Okay, so later, shortly thereafter, a traffic stop was conducted by the sheriff's office, and the vehicle occupied by some other daughters that were present at the house, that you were in the car with them. And they were the ones, and they said that that you did it. Remember that? Remember being picked up in the car with those same people?
I remember being pulled over, but as far as what happened or what other people's statement was, I wasn't there for that. As soon as they pulled me over, they pulled the car over and they just took me out the car. So I don't actually know what nobody's statements was.
Okay. One of the people that was there, do you know Samantha Miller?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And who is she to this altercation? Who is she involved with, the man that claims to be the victim and then the 15-year-old?
And that's what I wanted to tell you. As far as me dealing with, I was actually dealing with Samantha.
Oh, Samantha.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. They had it. So I heard something you said earlier, but
Mhm.
that wasn't that. No, I was actually dealing with Samantha. She was
Okay.
picking me up on her way home, coming from somewhere down the road. And once they just picked me up, the car just got pulled over. They ended up pulling me out the car, taking me to jail for a
So
second degree murder.
walking down the road at night?
No, I was by somebody. I was getting ready. I was on Golden. I was on my way. I was getting her to bring me home.
But where were you at? Where were
I
you
was
leaving?
I was leaving from another female's house.
Who?
Huh?
Who?
Her name was Sharon. A
You're
female
not
that
no, but you were at another person's house. You weren't at the house where Mr. Mascaro
no
resides.
ma'am. No ma'am.
Okay. All right. Let's see. And then over here, Specialist Favorite indicated that the parole board added a special condition, completion of anger management programming and substance abuse evaluation. To date, there has not been verification in enrollment in either program, and Mr. Swearington stated that he had no knowledge of either requirement.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? The thing was
It
breaking.
said that you had no knowledge that you were supposed to be in anger management or the substance abuse evaluation.
I did. That's why I was trying to call my parole officer to see how to go about it because I didn't know where to go or how to get it completed. But I couldn't never get in contact with them. That's why I was waiting on them to come to my house.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm finished. Anybody else have any
Mr.
questions?
Markall, are you working?
Not at the no, sir. I was trying though, but every time I do job applications, by me having a criminal background, they never hired me. So I just did a little work around the area where I was at, washing cars. I had just learned how to cut hair, little stuff like that.
How
But like,
long have you been out of jail?
maybe like 9 months, something like that.
9 months. And are you in contact with your parole officer?
No, sir. I could never get in contact with him. Like never.
9 months, you have not been able to get in contact with him?
No, that's why I started dealing with another lady. But I'm sorry, what you say?
In 9 months, you've not got in touch with your parole officer?
No, sir. It was like I was getting in contact with another lady, but I got her number, but I don't remember her name. So she just was telling me like just come check in or just call me and check in because she was saying my parole officer be constantly moving and stuff like that. But once I did call her one day, that's when she ended up telling me they switched buildings. She no longer worked with him. So I have to find a way to get in touch with him. Then I ended up in the situation I'm in. So
Did you ever go to the parole office?
the one on the West Bank Expressway by the bridge, the tall brick building, I went there a few times.
Did that the first time? You said a few times?
A few times. That's what made the lady that was in there see me and ask me, like, she kept asking me what I'm doing here. And when I told her, that's what made her give me her number and just like, oh, just check in with me. I have the number in my cell phone, but I honestly cannot remember her name because it's been a little minute.
Checked in with her?
Say that, excuse me?
Checked her too?
She was just telling me to just call
How
her.
many times?
I want to say maybe maybe 6 or 7 times. She was just telling me call every few weeks or every month.
Yeah, that's not really how it works. There is a schedule that you do that with. Is there anything else you want to say to us?
No, ma'am.
And I do see where those charges have been dropped, and you've been in jail since February.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I don't see any other questions. You prepared to vote, Mrs. Stapleton?
Yes, I am. Today, Mr. Swearington, I found that there was probable cause that you violated conditions 2 and 3 and you absconded supervision and make no attempts to contact the case officer and notify him of any new address of record. And then also probable cause for number 4, from the victim statement and witness statements that in fact you did commit a battery on Mr. Mascaro, and that led to your arrest. And then probable cause was found violation of number 8 by not enrolling in the anger management treatment and substance abuse evaluation that you were ordered to do so. So that's my point.
Mr. Tillman.
My vote is to deny violations 2, 3, and 4.
And my vote is to revoke for violation of condition number 13. So today, sorry, your parole is being revoked. Good luck to you.
What she said?
All right, Committee on Parole is now at the State Police Barracks. It's 9:11 a.m. on June 2nd, 2026. Good morning, Captain. Would you introduce yourself for the record, please? Oh, y'all are on mute still.
Here we go, trying again. Good morning,
Yes.
Captain Patrick Washington, State Police Barracks.
Okay, good morning, sir. Thanks for accommodating us this morning. And our first case at your facility is Mr. Shepherd. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name, your DOC number, please.
Yes, ma'am. My name's CORY SHEPHERD, 421-341.
Okay, and before we get started, I want to acknowledge some folks who have joined us today. On Zoom, we have the Parole Project, Mr. Myers, in support. Here with us in Baton Rouge, you have counsel with you. Counsel, would you introduce yourself for the record?
Good morning, Hannah Rose Rodell, staff attorney with the Louisiana Parole Project, here on behalf of Mr. CORY SHEPHERD.
Thank you. We also have a friend, Mr. Robert Bum, who will be speaking on your behalf. Gregory, is it Hebert or Herbert? Herbert. Brother-in-law, Melody Herbert, also your sister, will also be speaking on your behalf. We have Morgan Knight Stafford, Linda Moore, and Haley Kersey, all in support here with us. We do also on Zoom have opposition representing the victim. We have Miss Charlene White, and she's asked to have some input as well, and we'll call on her at the appropriate time. First, I'm going to read some information, identifying information into the record, ask you to confirm that it's accurate, and then I'm going to turn the case over to Mr. Tillis because your case has been assigned to him. He'll take the lead on the interview. You
Yes,
ready?
ma'am.
Okay. So, Mr. Shepherd, you are currently serving a 30-year sentence. You were sentenced in Calcasieu Parish in March of 2008 for an offense that occurred in August of 2006. It's armed robbery, possession of a weapon by a convicted felon, and aggravated battery. You do have a good time date, which lands in 2031. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tillis.
Good morning, Mr. Shepherd. How are you?
I'm doing good, sir. Good morning.
All right, tell us what caused you to be incarcerated, and why do you feel that we should release you today or vote in your favor?
Well, Mr. Tillis, first I want to start off by letting this honorable board and everyone else who's taking the time to be here today know how much I appreciate it. This is really important to me. I understand what a great blessing and a privilege it is for someone like myself to even have an opportunity to have a hearing like this, and I'm truly grateful for it. I know I can't address Mr. Heiser or his family directly. I just want this board and everyone else here to know how sincerely ashamed and sorry I am for the pain that I caused them. And I'm sorry if anything I say today reopens any of the wounds that they've spent so many years trying to heal from. The last thing I ever want in my life is to cause them pain. I've done enough already, so I'm sorry for that. At the point in my life when I committed my crimes, I was homeless, I was jobless, and really I was directionless. I was a serious drug addict, and I had been since high school. I used prescription pills on a daily basis. And on this day in particular, I've been using Xanax all day. And by that night, I was out of money, and I didn't have any pills to keep my high going. And I was just desperate and frantic to find a way to keep my high going. And that night I was walking through the trailer park, and I came across a trailer. I just randomly selected one, and I broke in through a window, and I was searching for pills or money to get more pills. And as I came to the back of this trailer, it was a dark bedroom, and I saw somebody on the bed asleep, and I saw that they had a pistol on the mattress beside him. So out of fear that he would wake up and hear me and shoot me for being in his house, which I had no right to be, I reached under the bed and I retrieved the pistol. And as I was coming back with the pistol, I thought I saw him move, and I instinctively reacted and pulled the trigger, and I shot him one time in the chest. And it's the worst mistake and bad choice I've ever made in my entire life, because he didn't deserve to be put through something like that. And he woke up and he said, "You shot me." And I said, "Where's your money at?" And he told me, and I grabbed the money and I just fled from the scene. And I was arrested shortly thereafter down the road. When I came to the next morning in that prison jail cell, I couldn't even believe what I'd done. I shot a man. I almost took his life in his own home. Just reflecting on the terror and the fear that I must have put Mr. Immonager through. It's something I've lived with every day in shame and regret. I just wish I could go back in time and make things better. And I know I can't, but I made it a point sitting there. I knew that I finally realized that I was an addict. I learned later in NA that the first step to recovery is admitting that you have a problem. And that's the first time in my life that I actually admitted to myself that I was out of control. So I made it a point to focus on my sobriety from then on. And when I entered the prison system, I started participating in NA programs, facilitating NA programs. I took substance abuse, living in balance, anything I possibly could to focus on my sobriety and to better myself as a human being, because I knew I owed it to my victims, everyone who's ever been victimized by my crimes. And once I gained my sobriety and that clarity of mind that finally came with, for the first time in my life, being able to see things the way they were, I realized that there was so much more I could do. So at that point, I began to focus on finding ways I could give back to the community and how I could be a positive impact on the people I came into contact with. Whereas in the past, all I did was be negative and hurt and harm. I was focusing on healing and giving back. So I participated in every program they had available to me while I was in the prison system. I've been part of all of them. I've been a mentor. I've mentored kids. But out of all those programs, I believe the two that stuck out to me the most were the Juvenile Awareness Program at RLCC and participating in Crime Victim Awareness Week every year. It was an annual event. And through the Juvenile Awareness Program, they would bring children to the prison. And it gave me the opportunity as an act of remorse and accountability to share my story with them and to be able to kind of reach and focus on the mistakes I made when their age. And it was able, and I could bond with them because I could relate to the things they were going through. I knew what it was like to come from a single parent home. I know what it's like to be a victim of childhood abuse. My parents both died of drug overdoses. The same thing I struggled with. And I understand what it's like to be selfish and to feel like no one's there for you. So to be able to relate to them and to express to them that you don't have to be a product of your environment and you don't have to be victimized by your own circumstances was something that was very important to me. And it's something I'll carry with me for the rest of my life. And through the Juvenile Awareness Program, I was given the opportunity to participate in Crime Victim Awareness Week, which is every year at the chapel at RLCC. They have seminars and programs where they'll have victims from crimes come in and share their stories and how they were impacted by the crimes that, took place in their lives. And I was blessed with the opportunity to be the guest speaker every year at this event. And every time I got to share my story and express my remorse for the pain I caused Mr. Immonager and his family, it just strengthened my resolve to want to do better and to do more, to give back so nobody else makes the same mistakes I made. I've heard you say yourself in the past, Ms. Stapleton, that sometimes in life, through circumstances, we just find ourselves in situations that otherwise we'd have never had the opportunity to be a part of. And from the bad choices I made and the harm I caused, I was able to be put in this situation where I was able to talk to kids and mentor them. And I really believe I made a positive impact in their lives. And so I just feel like there's so much more I can do. And listening to the victims talk about so many aspects of victimization that I never thought of in the past, how they lost their sense of security and how they would lose their confidence, their self-confidence, just made me even more empathetic to what I put Mr. Immonager and his family and all my victims through. I can't even imagine what it must have felt like or how many years it took for him to gain that sense of self-confidence back. I know what it's like to not have privacy and then not have a sense of security. I had to give that up when I made my selfish actions that brought me to prison. So it just made me more empathetic to know that I took that privacy away from him and his family. And I know it's priceless. It's something I'll never be able to give back. No matter how many years I'm in here, no matter how many programs I take, how many kind words I say, I'll never be able to replace that. But I do want this board and I do want my victims to know that the time I have had, I've used in a positive manner. I've used it, and I've used my shame and guilt for the harm that I caused as a catalyst to propel me to do everything I can to be a positive influence on my family, on the people in my community, inside the prison walls, and I'm praying for the opportunity to be on, that I can be a positive impact outside the prison walls of this board finds in their heart to grant me parole today. And I understand, you said it at the beginning of the hearing, Ms. Renata, I'm a third offender. I was on supervision when I committed these crimes. So I completely understand any reservations and concerns you might have about taking the opportunity or the chance to grant me parole today. I just want you to know that my circumstances now are not the same as they were back then. Back then, I kept putting myself back in negative situations. I was surrounding myself with the same negative influence and negative relationships and the same people that I was constantly getting into trouble with. Now I have for the first time in my life, I have a sobriety plan. I have an NA sponsor, Mr. Bum, who's going to be there for me. I've already located local NA programs in Baton Rouge. I've located NA programs in Oregon if I'm given the opportunity to get an interstate compact. I actually have a reentry plan.
Mr. Shepherd, I appreciate your eagerness to tell us all that. We will have some questions for you in a moment, but we want to hear from some of the other folks who are here today who want to speak, and then we'll have some more questions for you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Captain, what can you tell us about Mr. Shepherd?
When Cory came to us, he was, just as you see him, full of energy and ready to go. He's been a great hand for us. He goes wherever we send him. He's been my personal chef for a few months, and he does an outstanding job for us. I know that if he is granted the job opportunities that have presented themselves for him, he'll do fantastic with. So,
How long has it been? 4 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. We'd like to hear from Mr. Myers, Kerry Myers, Parole Project.
Yes, good morning. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project, here for Cory Shepherd. You know, on the night Cory committed his crime, he hit rock bottom. And the harm he caused obviously still affects him. But step by step, brick by brick, Cory rebuilt himself, rebuilt his life. From the point where he was an inmate counsel and then manager of a visiting room concession, to the point where he became a Class A trustee, to the point where he started multiple programs, which you have in front of you. I'm not going to go ahead and list them all. To his disciplinary record, which is outstanding, to the trust that he has as a chef at DOC headquarters, and now in his current position, which is as trusted as can possibly be. He served 2/3 of his sentence now. He has told you about his sobriety plan. Parole Project will not only work with Cory while he is here with us to implement that sobriety plan. He'll be assessed and evaluated. He'll have a coach. He will have someone who will guide him step by step through this reentry process. While he is with us, he will institute or start an ICOTS to his sister in Oregon, and we'll be having Cory with us until that ICOTS is approved. Cory's, I think, the most impressive thing to me is his community service. Sure, he's done the work. Sure, he's done all the official things, but it's the intangible things about his community service that shows to us his character and his true remorse and change. So we would ask this board to consider these factors today and grant Cory his parole.
Thank you so much. Can we hear from Mr. Robert, a friend?
You're up.
Okay.
My name is Robert Bum. And today I am here to sponsor Mr. Cory Shepherd, who is an inmate at the State Police Barracks on West Ivory Road in Tucker. I have been going to the Alcoholics Anonymous meeting at the barracks for 39 years. 2 years ago, I met Mr. Shepherd at the AA meetings, and we talk a little before and after the meetings. He participates well at every single meeting, and he comes to all of them. Never misses a meeting. I would now like to say a few words about myself to show that I have developed some understanding of other people. For the last 34 years of my life, I was a certified school teacher and taught in both public and private schools. Every year, I took my students and some parents on a 10-day trip to Washington, D.C. and New York to visit historical places in conjunction to my teaching American history. I have been married to my wonderful wife for 61 years. Every month, we eat with our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren to keep up our relationship with our family. I have been sober for 41 years, and I attend 2 AA meetings a week. I sponsor 2 people by meeting with each one for 1 hour a week, and I go over the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous with them. I told Mr. Shepherd, when he is released, I will take him to 1 AA meeting a week as long as he stays in the Baton Rouge area. Personally, I think he is a very sincere person. He has a spiritual life, and it shows at the meetings. And I believe that he has a better than average chance of being successful when he is released. I want to thank you for your patience, for your attention, and the privilege of speaking for Mr. Shepherd before the park board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Melanie Herbert.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Melanie Herbert. I'm Cory's sister. Cory and I share a bond that was forged through extraordinarily difficult circumstances. We grew up in a home that was defined by instability, substance abuse, and violence. We moved constantly. Our father wasn't present in our lives because he was regularly incarcerated through most of our childhood, and our mother, who sold and used drugs throughout our entire childhood, was never able to provide us with love, guidance, or safety. Cory was always really sensitive as a child and did bear the brunt of that environment. He was routinely and physically abused by our stepfather, and when he turned to our mother for comfort, she responded not with protection, but by encouraging him to use drugs to cope with his pain. She exploited the unconditional love he had for her, and it set him on a path that I believe he never would have chosen on his own. Both of our parents died of drug overdoses, by the time Cory was 24. I share the story not to excuse the actions that led to Cory's incarceration. I don't, and neither does he, but to provide the board with the full context of how someone with such gentle spirit came to arrive at this point. Cory was never a violent person before, never, and he hasn't ever been violent since. The offense for which he is incarcerated stands apart from the man that I've known my whole life, and I know with absolute certainty that he carries profound remorse for the harm that he caused. Despite the years of separation, Cory and I remain close, talk by phone multiple times each week, and I visit whenever circumstances allow. I've watched him grow and change during this time. I saw a shift in him when he began to set goals for his future and take genuine accountability for his actions. I've since built a stable life in Oregon with my husband. Ours is a calm, sober household. We don't drink or go out. We live very simply. Should Cory be granted parole, he would have a safe, structured, and loving home after he finishes the parole project, if permitted. I am a notary bookkeeper for some nonprofit organizations in my area. My husband and I own our own company. Cory's asked me to reach out to nonprofits that I work with about volunteering opportunities, which I have done. He and I have both contacted the local NA in my town to arrange a sponsor and get a schedule for meetings. My husband and I are fully committed to supporting Cory in every practical way necessary to ensure his successful reintegration, housing, employment, transportation, and ongoing encouragement. Cory wants to open a food business with the skills that he has developed. My husband and I have a plan in place to add another division to our company, which we would completely finance. either catering or a food truck. We haven't decided how to start. We'll finance and set everything up under our company, and then Corey would handle actual day-to-day operations. And we have every intention of supporting him in that. He's always been a devoted and caring presence in the lives of my daughters. He's loving, attentive, and kind with them, and I would trust him with their care without hesitation. I'm asking this board to please grant my brother the chance that he's ready for. I believe in his rehabilitation completely because I've seen it with my own eyes. He's prepared to be a safe, sober, and productive member of society, and I'm prepared to stand behind him every step of the way. Thank you for the time and for the care you give to decisions that shape life.
Thank you so much. I'd like to hear from the attorney now.
Good morning to this honorable board. My name is Hannah Rose Grodell. I'm a staff attorney with the Louisiana Parole Project, and I'm grateful to be here today on behalf of Mr. Cory Shepherd. First, I want to extend Cory's sincere and enduring apology to the Heiser family. Nothing said today minimizes the pain and suffering they have experienced. It is real and permanent, and Cory knows that. He submitted a written apology letter to this board describing the remorse he carries with him daily. Their pain has been his moral compass for the last 20 years. Today, the role of this board is to make fair decisions that protect communities, honor victims, and support those who are ready to successfully return home. Cory's record shows he has made himself exactly that person. When Cory broke into Mr. Heiser's trailer that night, he carried no weapon. His intent was to steal and support his drug addiction. When he found a firearm on the mattress beside Mr. Heiser, he made the terrible choice to take it, and in a moment of panic, fired one shot. He had never touched a gun before. I do not say this to excuse his actions, but to contextualize them. That night was the culmination of 25 years of neglect, abuse, and addiction, forces Cory inherited. What followed was 20 years of accountability, forces he chose. The difference between those two halves of his life is the measure of who Cory is today. To hold Cory accountable and ensure justice for the victims for the charges of armed robbery, aggravated battery, and possession of a weapon by a convicted felon, the state recommended a 22-year plea deal. The judge sentenced him to 30. Cory has now served 20 years and has not wasted one. The institution responsible for public safety agrees. Cory has been a minimum custody trustee for nearly 10 years. 4 years ago, the Department of Corrections placed Cory in the state police barracks, an assignment reserved for fewer than 1% of the state's prison population. Even within that select group, Cory holds one of the most highly trusted employment positions available. This department has already answered the question of whether Cory can be trusted. We now ask this board to reach the same conclusion. Cory has maintained uninterrupted sobriety for 20 years since his arrest, regularly attending AA and NA meetings and completing every substance abuse program available to him, confronting head-on the addiction that drove him to Mr. Heiser's trailer that night. His sobriety is his foundation and his lifelong commitment. Cory took victim impact programming not once but twice, and then went further, volunteering annually to speak at the Crime Victim Awareness Week, standing up to give voice to the harm that crime causes, deepening his empathy, remorse, and accountability. I know that Cory is humbled and grateful to be able to apologize today. Cory became a leader and a mentor, not only rehabilitating himself, but uplifting those around him. On top of maintaining steady employment and attending classes, he's made countless charitable donations, volunteered to speak to at-risk youth, mentored his peers, and served his under-resourced community, such as fundraising to provide hygiene products around holiday time to disabled veterans. Even when he has had little, he has always managed to give generously. Cory's sister Melody has been the one constant in his life. She flew here from Oregon today to be in support. And she's been present for his entire journey of rehabilitation and is ready to be present for the rest. Cory's niece, Haley, submitted a support letter to this board, which reads in part, "What moves me most is how much Cory gives of himself, despite having so little. He's always treated me like a daughter. Because he's been incarcerated our whole relationship, all my memories with him are within the walls of the visiting room. I've never had the chance to simply spend time with you in the world. Making those memories is something I look forward to. If released, I hope to give back even a fraction of the support and love he has given to me. I would be proud to be part of the community that helps him thrive. If granted parole, Corey will be released to the Parole Project's holistic reentry program, which has a proven track record of supporting sustainable reintegration. He has not waited to be told what comes next. He has already researched AA and NA meetings, listed a sponsor, identified support programs and volunteer opportunities, and set concrete, achievable goals for himself. This is who Corey is. He has culinary training, skills, and experience that will make him easily employable, and as you can see, he is eager to embrace the support that's being offered. And as you heard, upon successful completion of our program, he will apply for an interstate compact agreement to relocate to Oregon where his sister and her family can provide the stability, safety, and accountability he never had growing up. Granting Corey parole now, rather than waiting for his good time release date, allows this board to set conditions, impose stipulations, and structure his transition with oversight. Parole here is not an act of leniency, but a supervised path forward that gives this board the tools needed to ensure Corey's continued success. Corey entered this system as someone defined entirely by what had happened to him. The violence, instability, and addiction that consumed his early life. He appears before you now as someone defined by what he chose to do with his time. He chose sobriety. He chose change. He chose service. He chose to stand before victims again and again and bear witness to the harms that crimes cause. Corey is not asking this board to take a chance on who he might become. He's asking this board to look at who he already is. He has done the work. He has built the life. And we pray that you can see just as we can that he is ready to live. Thank you.
Thank you. We have someone in opposition. Miss White on Zoom.
Hello,
How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I wanted to preface this by saying I was listening to what Corey said, and he said that it was just, by chance he happened to come across my dad's trailer and broke in and all that. So I have a hard time with that because my dad was sleeping with the pistol because 2 weeks prior, someone broke into my dad's house and stole his wallet, cut the line to his AC, stole his spare truck keys. Coincidence? I don't know. We couldn't prove who broke in the first time, but awful coincidental that 2 weeks later, my dad goes to sleep, with a pistol, and he's shot by his own pistol. When this happened, my dad was still trying to learn how to function without my mom. My mom passed away in 2005. They were married 41 years. So he was already trying to navigate life without my mom, the love of his life. My dad is deaf. He's elderly. He's stubborn. He is definitely stubborn, but he is, like I said, he's deaf. He's elderly. So he sound asleep. Corey could have robbed him blind, and my dad wouldn't have known until he woke up the next morning. But he woke up to being shot. Not he woke up, charged, Corey, and Corey shot him. My dad was awakened by the bullet going through his side. Okay. So, granted, drugs is a very, very bad thing. I get it. But he almost took a life that is very precious to me and my siblings. Corey also made a comment about how he hopes that my dad can get that self-confidence and, because he took that away from him. My dad lives in paranoia. He's paranoid 24/7. Every time he meets a new male, he thinks it's Corey. He had a neighbor move in the trailer park, and her brother came over, and my dad thought it was Corey. And he was like, "Oh, you're the man that shot me." And the guy was like, what? So my dad lives in constant paranoia from this. So I just wanted to make y'all aware that, Corey may have done all this stuff in prison, but he still has had a huge effect on my dad and the rest of us. And I really thank you for allowing me to speak to y'all and tell you my feelings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Shepherd. I've gone through the case, and I guess now I'll see if some of my colleagues have any questions.
Yes, sir. Mr. Shepherd, I listened to your statement. I do believe from everything you said that you're very remorseful. Not just in words, but in deeds. Secondly, you had a terrible, before you went in, before this happened, you know, you were revoked before your supervision was not good. I mean, revoked. And, the drugs that you talked about, and now, you know, you attend to AA and the NA, you're very proactive in everything that you do. I listened to all of that. You have complete opposition from law enforcement. They contacted. Everybody was opposed to that. And yes, you've served 2/3 of your sentence, but your sentence was without benefit, without any benefits, you know, probation, parole, or suspension of sentence. You heard the victim talk about her father, that he's in constant fear, but you did make, I was going to ask you what you got out of victim awareness, and really, Cory, you have covered everything that I would have asked you. And yes, what? You can tell me what you want to say. I want you to hear.
I learned through victim impact what empathy means. At that point in my life, I didn't understand that it's true that every crime, there's victims. There's no such thing as victimless crime. And I understand that it's not just the physical pain I caused him, but what his daughter said, it's the fear that I invoked in him. And I'm so sorry that it's still lasting to this day. If there was any way I could go back and take that fear away from him, I would. I just want you all to know that from the bottom of my heart, that's the most important thing to me, that everyone knows how sorry I am.
Well, I agree with that. I agree that everything, I mean, you did not hedge what you did that night. You told the truth is, because I was looking at the police report. And so for me, all of those things go a very long way. And of course, you've got complete family support too, community support. But more than that, you put your words into action. And I see that. So that's all I have to say.
So, Cory, before, I just want to say I recognize the seriousness of the offense in the victim's family's position. And so I do have a couple of questions, and those questions are not intended to minimize that harm, but really for us to determine whether you've changed. I think you've demonstrated that, and whether you can be safely supervised. So when you brought it up, I mentioned it early on, you're a third offender and you have previous periods of supervision. And your record shows repeated failures on probation before this offense. So tell us why we should believe supervision would be different now, and what have you learned about following rules when nobody's watching you?
Yes, ma'am. At that point in my life, during all those previous crimes and all those horrible, stupid choices I was making, I hadn't even matured enough to address the fact that I actually was an addict, let alone take the steps to address my addiction. I wasn't educating myself. Every time I would get in trouble, I would go to the parish jail, not participate in any programs because I didn't have an offer there, and just get out. And I was putting myself right back in the same toxic environments. And I was putting myself right back into the same negative relationships. God bless my parents' souls, but when I get out, I would go stay with my parents, and they were drug addicts. Everyone in my life was a drug addict. I wasn't separating myself from the only one that was separate and was sober was my sister. And in that frame of mind, I was rejecting her because it's not what I was used to. But now I actually have learned the causes of addiction, and I actually have a sobriety plan in place for the first time in my life. And it's my sobriety is the thing I hold most dearly in my heart. And
I see that, and what impressed me, I did make a note of it early on. You said, I am an addict. You know, a lot of people that we see, I was an addict, but you understand the disease apparently. And now
Yes,
you
ma'am.
got,
Addiction is a disease. It'll be with me forever. But you have to continue taking programs. You have to continue educating yourself to continue to strive to stay sober. And I know I've been sober for 20 years at this point, but it's just the tip of the iceberg, Miss Renata. I got many years of sobriety left.
I believe you. Listen, I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillins.
Mr. Shepherd, it seems like you've really done well and you've changed your life. I feel for the victim and I understand, but at this time, I'm going to grant to the Louisiana Parole Project.
Mrs. Stapleton.
Mr. Shepherd, I agree with Mr. Tillis, and, you know, I listened to the daughter of the victim, and I know that he still suffers from the fear. And I hope that there's some way that maybe she can impress upon him that he's okay, because I feel like, you know, I don't think you're, well, in fact, I really don't think you're a danger to society, because I wouldn't be going in this direction, I tell you. And I have listened to the things that you had to say. But you've done all the programs, but that's not the programs, and plus how you spoke. And I feel like it's sincere remorse and that you really don't want to go back to being that person again. And as you mentioned, addiction is a disease that you will fight the rest of your life, but you'll fight it by the company you keep too. And I think you figured that out. So, in recognition of the victim, but I think we would be okay to grant, I feel okay to grant you today.
All right, Corey, my vote today also is to grant. I'm going to add the special conditions, of course, grant to the parole project plan, and then eventually to Oregon. And when you get to Oregon, I want you to do 8 hours of community service every week. You like to talk and you talk well. So, you know, speak to some folks and make a difference in their lives, change their life. And then, of course, I will, as a special condition, require that you do at least a minimum of 1 AA meeting a week for the rest of your life, for the duration of your supervision period. I'll say it that way.
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna do more than that.
I believe you. Good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. And we have Mr. Beard before us. Good morning, Mr. Beard.
Good morning,
Would you tell us your name and DOC number for the record?
Roger Beard, 516920.
All right, Mr. Beard, good morning again. Let me, before we get started on our interview with you, I'd like to recognize the folks who have joined us today. You have counsel here this morning. I'd like to ask her to introduce herself for the record.
Good morning, Board. Adrienne Hutchison, attorney for the Louisiana Parole Project here at the Rocket.
And thank you. Also, with the Parole Project on Zoom, we have Mr. Kerry Myers. Here with us at headquarters, we have Pastor James Bradford and Dr. James Harris, both who wants to speak on your behalf. We'll ask him to do so. And also representing the victims, we have Christy Davis, Jay West, and Bridget Crow. And we'll be hearing from Jay West, I believe. And we'll call on them at the appropriate time also. First, let me just read some identifying information into the record, Mr. Beard. You are currently serving a 35-year sentence. You were sentenced in November 2006 for a manslaughter conviction. That crime occurred December 30th, 2004. You are classified as a first felony offender. You do have a good time date, which is a mandatory release date, March 4th of 2034. Does all that sound correct to you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Well, your case has been assigned to me, so I'm going to take the lead on the interview. And I have read the record, the entire record that was presented to us. Tell us what you accept responsibility for in Miss Jacqueline's death.
Yes, ma'am. On the night of the crime, I came home from work. When I came home, opened the door, my wife Renee, she was started screaming at me. She was accusing me of cheating and throwing my stuff out of the house. The argument escalated, and I ended up shooting her and then shooting myself. I woke up like a month later in the hospital trying to figure out what was going on. I thought I had been in a car wreck. Where that thought came from, I don't know. But my mom was there and she was trying to explain to me what happened. I didn't believe her. And she showed me a funeral program for Renee, and my heart just dropped. I couldn't believe I had done such a horrible thing. So, I mean, I accept responsibility for what I had done in taking Renee's life.
So I have a Jacqueline Beard. You, Renee?
But yes, ma'am, everyone calls her Renee. I mean, her first name is Jacqueline.
Okay. So have you ever received mental health evaluation or counseling related to that, I guess, that memory gap?
Well, I did see two doctors before their trial, you know, in pre-trial, and then when I got to Winfield, I worked with the mental health professionals there.
Okay. We'll get into that a little later. We'd first like to hear from the folks that want to speak on your behalf, and then we'll hear from the captain, and then I'll have some more questions for you, okay? All right, so first, could we hear from Mr. Myers with the Parole Project?
Good morning, Kerry Myers with the Louisiana Parole Project. We're here on behalf of Roger Beard. Roger would be a long-term client of Parole Project. Roger comes from a small town, and there's no reason for Roger to ever have to go back there. We'll help him rebuild his life. Roger impresses us for several reasons. The hard work that he's done since his incarceration, and of course, his recognition of the harm he caused and the sincerity of his remorse. Roger's been at the barracks for more than 10 years, or right at 10 years. And that says a lot about his consistency and stability. In a place where there is no margin for error. So at the highest level of trust, Roger's maintained that trust. Roger's disciplinary record is also exemplary. He's earned more than 210 days of CTRP credits. He has training in printing and culinary. He's taken substance abuse, living in balance, anger management, and victim awareness. He served approximately 60% of his sentence. And the Roger today, who committed, as he's going to continue to say, an offense that he still today has a hard time believing happened. But he certainly recognizes the harm that he caused. The Roger today is not that Roger. The Roger today is now older, more mature, has essentially done the work that he needs while he's been incarcerated. But beyond that, it's not just the work. Everybody can do the work. It's what's underlying that work. And Roger's sincerity, his willingness to contribute back to his community, the entire scope of Roger's trajectory has been upward. If prison can help a man recognize his mistakes, the worst actions that he's taken, this has certainly been, and then do something about that, providing the opportunity for rehabilitation. This is an example of how corrections works in Roger's life. So we would just ask this board to consider this in its totality. Grant Roger's Parole Today. Parole Project will be here to provide Roger housing. He'll have mentorship, he'll have coaching. The programming after 20 years has been a long time. The world has changed. Parole Project is here to guide Roger through any obstacles and hurdles that he may have. We'll work diligently with employment. So Roger becomes an asset to his community. So we just ask the board to consider those things today.
Thank you. Dr. Harris, could we hear from you, sir?
Good morning. I'm Dr. James Harris, currently the mayor in Jonesboro, Louisiana. Prior, I served in the United States Marine Corps and the United States Air Force as a military law enforcement. And later, I was elected as chief of police for 2 terms in the town of Jonesboro. I stand here today as a public official and someone who understands accountability, public safety, and discipline and rehabilitation. I've known Roger since I was a youth, and I'm currently neighbors with his mother, who's elderly at this time, and she definitely needs assistance and support. So over the past 20 years, Roger has paid his debt to society, and I understand that it's a very serious crime that he committed. And I understand that he has a past, but we need to recognize that people can change. And as a man of faith and a deacon at the Pleasant Grove Missionary Baptist Church, where Roger is still a member, I believe redemption is something that Roger's also has been through at this time. And I've observed him over the past few years. And I'm, talking to people such as former Mayor James Bradford here. And I know that we have the support in the community. He has his church family behind him. He also, has the ability to come back home if he is released. And I will personally see that he is employed. And I would definitely personally see, that he's able to seek counsel. My years in law enforcement and public service, I've learned that not everyone deserves a second chance. I definitely know that, but some truly do. And I believe that Roger has reached that point at this time. I also respectfully ask the board to consider who Roger was compared to who he is today. And that he has the support to be released at this time. So I want to thank you for your time, your service, and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And then we have Mr. Bradford.
Good morning. Let me first of all, thank you for the opportunity to come before you. I'm James Bradford, a long-line resident of Jonesboro, Jacksonville, Louisiana. And I'm also the former mayor of Jonesboro. And I'm a former police bureau. I've been in public all my life. I have known Roger all of his life. I'm a deacon at Pleasant Grove Missionary Baptist Church, not the preacher, the deacon. And Roger grew up in the church, going to Sunday school, church, and he was at my house playing in my yard basketball hall until he became a young man and moved and left the Russell. Now, I'm not here in support of what Roger did. I'm here to actually to forgive Roger for what he did and to give Roger another chance that we all have gotten in life. Maybe not for murder, but we've all done something that we will give another chance. Now, I've also visited with his mother, and Roger constantly stayed in contact with the church. For our church anniversary, he sent us a card and wished us well. For Christmas, he sent Christmas cards out, and he calls me constantly because he calls me Uncle James. I'm not his biological uncle, I'm his godly uncle. When I was his mentor in church, we never had a problem with Roger growing up in the church. He was also an asset. And I truly believe, and I know that Roger is not the Roger he was when he committed crime. He has changed. He has impressed me greatly. He's written me letters. He calls me. I have visited him in where he's been incarcerated before he became to Angola or Barracks when he was in Winfield. I visited him. And I've talked before late Pastor Kennedy passed, who was his young lady's grandfather. He and I were working together to try and get Roger released because we felt truly that he had made a change. Now, I don't know what opposition is against him or what it's going to be like, and I can understand and appreciate, everybody's feeling, but we all have to heal one another and move forward. I had a conversation with the district attorney on Saturday, Attorney John Belton. Not sure if he said anything, but he did tell me that I could say that they were not in opposition. And if the parole board wanted to call him, he would be sure to be glad to talk with them by phone. So in my closing remark, I ask you to please rule favorably for Roger and give Roger another chance to show that he has changed. And hopefully it might flow over to those that still have a certain degree of maybe not too sure that he might be able to convince them. I can also assure you that if he's released, he has a place to come. The community is not a fear of Roger. We open our hearts and our everything to Roger. And if he's released, then we're going to personally mentor him to make sure he's in church, because I think that's where you get the help from God. So again, thank you all for the opportunity. And we certainly pray that you will look favorable on Roger. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have something from the DA in the record. We do. Yeah, so he did. He did what he said he was going to do. All right, Ms. Hutchinson.
Thank you, committee, for your time and consideration of Roger in this case. And Roger is serving a 35-year sentence for manslaughter. He's currently served right over 20 years for that sentence. I've attempted in the brief to cover as much that we know prior to the crime, during the crime, and post-conviction, because one, we weren't sure if Roger would be clear over Zoom. And also, as you know, there are some kind of gaps in the memory due to the injuries. But if anything becomes unclear, obviously Captain Washington can help you guys understand, and if you need anything else, I can clarify. I'm available for you for that. But because what we do know, however, from reports, and it's in my brief, is that there was some indication from Mrs. Renee's grandfather, Reverend Kennedy, that there were some suicidal thoughts prior to the crime. And so what you will see submitted from Parole Project is a comprehensive mental health plan that provides for access to supportive counseling, encouragement, and educational resources
continued monitoring, and evaluation of mental health symptoms from a mental health professional for the first year of release, and ongoing suicide risk assessments and safety planning to ensure early identification of risk factors, and prompt intervention if needed. So I know that, just to know that, LPP has taken a look at that and have set a plan for that. As he stated, when he woke up in his hospital bed and realized what he had done to his wife and witnessed his own injuries, he knew that he had been given a second chance, and for that, he did not want to waste it. And so he began to do two things. He began to pray for forgiveness, and he began to start doing further. And so when you look at his brief, all of his exhibits, his letters, the newspaper articles, the comments from supporters, you will see that this is a man who has remained faithful to God for his forgiveness, and to hopefully put the forgiveness of him in others' hearts. And a person who has literally given back and served his entire incarceration, whether it was for the elderly inmate population, for the community outside of prison, his hometown community. You'll see he even sent things to his former college, all in a means to kind of atone for his crime. All former members of his church are here, as you see, and he's, as Mr. Bradford says, he stays connected to them. They've been a positivity in his life and throughout his incarceration. As Mr. Bradford also stated, if you look into his background, it doesn't seem that there was any indication of violence or violence to others. And so I do believe that that's why the community has stayed constant in his life for over 2 decades. Including, and as you know, I put exhibits in, even from Reverend Kennedy, who, prayed that he would be released and be able to help others with his experience. Those are in exhibit 10. The consistency, support, and forgiveness and prayerfulness of this circle has allowed him to thrive throughout the tragedy in his incarceration. The reality is, Roddy got a 35-year sentence. He will ultimately be released in less than 10 years. His release plan today looks much different than what his release plan will look like in the 8 years when he's ultimately released. Today's release plan comes with a long-term plan with the parole project in Baton. The plan comes with the ability to stay connected to the close-knit police barracks community where he's been for the last 10 years. This plan allows for a healthcare professional to monitor him for the next year, to make sure that his transition back into society does not cause any hiccups in his mental health, and it can be caught and addressed early. All of these things won't necessarily be available to him later on in the 8 years when he comes home. If this is truly what public safety through parole looks like. It's supported by those who know what public safety looks like, former police chiefs and mayors. And so today we ask you to set the guardrails and guidelines that won't be available in the next few years when he's ultimately released. Roger comes before you with tremendous remorse for taking the life of his wife. His record of service and giving back is present all throughout his brief. We ask you to look at his full institutional record, his impeccable disciplinary record. We ask you to consider the words of his supporters and take into consideration, everything that he's done over the years. And provide him with a parole that gives him the opportunity to be released with the best public safety measures in place and the support of the Louisiana Parole Project and our staff. Additionally, y'all do have the mental health plan, but I am available if there's any expansions to the plan. Carrie and I, if y'all have any questions on one of any expansions to the plan, obviously, we're here to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so now we'd like to hear from Jay West, please.
Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
Let's y'all bear with me. My name is Jay West, and I am the son of the victim of this case. I was only 3 months old when my mother was taken from me. I was raised by my grandparents, her parents, who did everything they could to give me a good life. I am truly grateful for that. But even with their love and support, there's still a space that will never be filled. I never got the chance to know my mother, still memories with her, or to have her in my life. Growing up, I have to come with these terms. I have come to terms with the reality that happened and what was taken from me before I had the chance to understand it. There's been confusion, anger, and a lot of unanswered questions over the years. It's not something that just goes away. It's something you learn to live with. At this point in my life, I've been trying to find peace within myself. Part of that has led me towards forgiveness. Forgiveness for me is not about excusing what happened or forgetting it. It's about not allowing that pain to control my life or who I've become. It's something I'm still working through, but it's where my heart is leaning. At the same time, forgiveness does not change the impact of what was done or the reality of what I lost. I still carry the weight of growing up without my mother, and that's something I can never replace. As far as the decision, I understand the seriousness of what is being considered. While I have been working towards forgiveness, I am still processing everything. And I am not in a position to say whether I will support or oppose his release. I wanted to share my experience and where I stand personally at this point in my life. I trust the board to carefully consider all factors in making their decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Captain, what can you tell us about Mr. Beard?
If y'all will bear with me for a minute. When I came here, Roger was here. And I don't know if he saw something in me that he needed or something was in me that I needed from him, but we've been together pretty much since the day I started here. He has helped me. He's supported me. He's helped me to see people differently. My wife and my children are watching this right now. He knows all of their names and they know his. When my mother passed away, he wrote each member of my family a card. You all have been here and seen how intimate, I will say, this place is. And you get the opportunity to be a part of people's lives that in a different situation you never would have been. I've learned forgiveness. I've learned understanding. The word redemption keeps popping into my life for some reason. Roger has done pretty much everything he can do here at the State Police Barracks. And I feel personally that the next step for him, the next phase in his life, is as a free person learning to be a part of society again. I am grateful for this opportunity to be before you today. And I thank y'all.
Thank you. Very profound. I don't often hear you speak that way. I get it. I get it. So, Mr. Beard, that's hard to follow. I do have some questions for you then. And I don't have many. We talked about the mental health. I was pleased to see that the Parole Project already was working on that because that is a concern for me. So we talked about, or it was mentioned, you've done a lot of, or 210 days of programming, and I learned one of those was an anger management class. So I want you to tell us, what did you learn from anger management or any other programming that you actually use today?
Yes, ma'am. Well, in anger management, I learned, number one, how to recognize your anger triggers and not to react. When you feel upset or get angry from an emotional standpoint, how to pause and think and reason and not just react off the, from the jump.
I think you must have learned something because as was mentioned, you have a really, really good disciplinary record. I saw two, I think only three write-ups maybe, last being 14 years ago or so, and nothing very serious. So that was impressive to me because I know that's not hard to achieve in prison. So you tell us, why should we believe you can be safely supervised in the community now? In your words, tell us.
Yes, ma'am. I've done what I've done is totally different from who I am today. I've done everything, taken all the classes because I wanted to be better. I wanted to learn, more about myself and how to govern myself accordingly, not to be caught in a situation where, you might get upset and react bad or anything like that. I love helping people and I always try to help people. I actually wrote this down, and if you don't mind, I would like to read a little bit of it.
Go ahead. You can read it.
Okay. When I got to Winfield, I took advantage of every self-help class that I can get into. Because I learned in victims awareness, that's one of the classes I took, and I didn't know, well, you learn just how far the effect of the crime that you committed reached. It's not only that my wife Renee, her life was taken, but my son Jay, he had to grow up without me or his mother. And not only that, but the community who were affected. And that was like an eye opener for me not to be able to cause that kind of pain and harm to anybody. Because I mean, as well as it hurts them, it hurts me also to see someone else that's hurting because of something that I've done. So I strive to do good all the time. If I see something that needs to be done or see somebody that needs some help, I'm always going to do that. It's just who I am today. And a lot of it is because of how I learned, through these classes and stuff, how to, live. I learned a lot of, like when I got here, we had another captain, Captain Honeycutt, and he put you in a job that needed to be filled. And I worked in the kitchen when I first got here. And before I got here, I didn't ever work in the kitchen as a baker. But I learned how to bake when I got here. And I actually got pretty good at it. And to this day, I still have people talking about some of the things that I made and even requesting me to do them now. And I haven't worked in the kitchen for like 4 years and they're still talking about it. So I just learned a lot and I'm just seeking to learn more and to do better and better myself. And I've met a lot of good people, including Captain Washington right here, who have been, ear to listen, people to talk to. If you need some help, if you have people to help you, like as far as getting out, I have talked with people who have encouraged me and who said that they would help me in any kind of way that I need, with jobs or anything.
Let me close for Roger in saying that people know how I feel about Roger. so much to the extent that there's a rumor going around here, if Roger gets granted parole, that I'm going to retire.
Is that true?
I mean,
So how do you feel, Roger, about the long-term plan in Baton Rouge at the Parole Project? You know, we heard from your community, the deacon in your church and the mayor, and how they're willing to take you and so on and so forth. But do you agree that the Parole Project plan would be beneficial for you on a long-term basis?
Well, yes, ma'am. I talked with Miss Hutchinson, and I think that would be a great idea because after serving 21 years, things are different out there, and you would need a foundation that you can go to and be able to acclimate yourself back into the world because it's different out there. At the barracks, you have a chance to go out every now and then to do different things, and it's a lot different. So I do recognize and believe that the Parole Project would be good, and I still plan on keeping in touch with my home church and be able to visit with them if I can, and that kind of thing. But I believe that the Parole Project will be a great asset.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Any questions?
I was going to ask you the anger management. What would you do? Say you're in a relationship with a woman again, and she accuses you of cheating on her or whatever, something. How would you now do things differently? What would be your in your mind that how you would handle that after taking these classes?
Well, ma'am, that's a great question, but I won't ever have to worry about nobody accusing me of cheating anymore. I learned how to appreciate so much just being incarcerated. You appreciate so many things, the small things in life, and just how to respect people and love people. So, I mean, I understand the question. So if it did happen,
yes,
it's not anything that you can walk away. Just leave. Take a breath and explain yourself, admit what you had done, and accept your responsibility for what you've done, and just move on. There's nothing worth in this world worth taking a life over.
Understand. That's what I wanted to find out. Secondly, I wanted to say you do have law enforcement, you have some law enforcement opposition. And but the victim, like the father of your wife, he leaves it up to the board. He thinks that you've done well. And so he's leaving the decision up to the board, as is your son. And you just have the one son, Jay, is that correct? Or do you have another child?
No, ma'am. I have another son. He's 2 years older. His name is Trent.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, because I did see in your statement it was sons plural. So I was wondering about that. I don't have any further questions.
All right, I think we're ready to vote. Roger, I'll be voting first. My vote today is going to be to grant your parole to the long-term Parole Project transition plan to include the mental health services. Whatever they say you need is what you need to do.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any other special conditions other than that. Mr. Tillis?
Captain, you're thinking about retiring, huh?
no, sir.
I concur with Ms. Renata, and I hope you do well, Mr. Shepherd.
Mr.
Pierce. Beard, I'm sorry.
Yes. And I'd like to concur with Ms. Renata. And I wish you well, and I wish the family well also. I hope everybody's able to move forward. I know this is an emotional time for everyone.
All right, Captain, that concludes our business with your facility today.
Thank y'all.
All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is convening at Dixon Correctional Institute. It's 10:36 on June 2nd, 2026. Good morning, Warden. Would you and your folks please introduce yourself for the record?
Good morning, Board. Dusty Beckham, Warden.
Donald Cavalier, classification.
Ashley Bradley, records.
Curtis Thurman, mental health. That's it, ma'am.
All right, well, thank you. And we have before us Mr. Highstreet. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Warden, can y'all adjust your camera down just a little bit? Because this is what we see. Just go down a little bit.
Yeah. Now pull it down. Yes, ma'am. He's going on our ride.
All right, so for the record, tell us, Mr. Highstreet.
Is that good? I'm sorry.
That's perfect. Thank you. Name and DOC number, please, sir.
Giovanni Highstreet, 506-411.
All right, thank you, sir. And let me acknowledge, before we get started, I want to acknowledge those who have joined us today on Zoom here in support. Your cousin Sheila Herbert. Is it Abe or Herbert? Abe. Abe, I thought so. Okay, let me fix that. And then we have the Parole Project, Mr. Myers, who's here. We also have some folks here with us in Baton Rouge in opposition. We have Ruby Valdez, Anthony Rodriguez, and Alexis Highstreet, Dora Valdez, Francisco Valdez, Maria Rodriguez, and Christopher Rodriguez. And for those who have indicated they want to speak, we'll call on them at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Highstreet, I will read some identifying information into the record. Then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Tillis, seated to my left, because your case was assigned to him. So first, let's take care of the particulars. So you, Mr. Highstreet, are classified as a first felony offender. You're currently serving a 40-year sentence for the crime of manslaughter. The crime occurred in October 2004. You do have a good time date, which is a mandatory release date, and that date is in November of 2037. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Tillis.
Good morning, Mr. Highstreet. How are you?
Feel pretty good, sir.
Tell us why you're incarcerated, caused you to be incarcerated, and why do you feel we should vote in your favor today?
First of all, before I start, I'd like to apologize to the family. I'm here to say what happened today. First, by doing this, I'm gonna put it through more pain. What I never wanted to cause. But I'm in here for manslaughter. I took someone's life. That's not me. It wasn't me. Took a mom from a daughter, and I took a daughter from a mom. I took a little girl from my family. And I'm about to tell you for the first time, I've never talked about this, but the family needs to hear this so they would know also what happened at night. It was something that should have never happened. Once again, I'm sorry for what I'm about to say, but it's the truth. In October 2004, we went out to a club. Everything was good. We got into a little argument. And on the way back to the house, our plan was to stop and pick up our daughter at her mother's house in Kenner. But because of the argument, we decided not to. We were going back home. It was about a 45-minute ride. And on the way home, the argument kept getting worse and worse. The argument at our house turned into a fight. In the vehicle, I was telling her I was leaving. I wasn't gonna leave forever. I wasn't gonna leave her. I just wanted to get out the situation. I told her I was taking my daughter. I was just gonna leave. Truth is, all I was gonna do was go to New York and be with my cousin for about a week, just to calm down. But it never went that way because while I was packing my stuff in my clothes, in my bag, she was pulling my stuff out. So I would go from my bag to my daughter's bag. And she was right behind me, pulling out clothes of my daughter. Now, while this was going on, we were yelling. She was hitting, but it wasn't nothing bad. It was just hitting me. And it never got to the point where I finished packing my clothes. It was just a constant clothes in the bag, clothes out the bag. Well, from the argument upstairs, we went downstairs. Downstairs we finally made it to the kitchen. We were still fighting. And she hit me good in the jaw. And I turned around and I hit her. And she hit me again. And I hit her back. Every time she hit me, I hit her back. Now, at the time, I didn't have no other thought but to hit her back. It went from her telling me to leave, but I'm not going away. Leave, I'm not going away. When she told me to leave, she had a knife. I didn't think she was gonna stand me, but I really did. It was a threat. But I grabbed the knife in her hand, trying to get it out of her hand while we were fighting for the knife. I pushed her against the refrigerator. I finally spun the knife out of her hand. Which is where I started making my mistake. My mistake was not throwing the knife, not getting rid of the knife, but turning the knife on her and asking her, how would she like if I did that to her? She grabbed my hand and we were still fighting over the knife. I had the knife to her. I was never, promise to God, never stay. After a couple of seconds of fighting over the knife, we slipped. I fell on top of her, which is where the stab occurred. And what we slipped on was the ice and water coming out the ice machine from the refrigerator right behind me. Oh, so when you fell, I stood up. Still had a knife in my hand. I realized what I did. At the time, I was the first responder in the fire department. I was trained in CPR. That's what I started doing, CPR. I couldn't stop. I knew I had to call 911, but I couldn't stop. At the time, I couldn't think of anything else but saving him. I didn't check for pulse. Didn't check breathing. Just gave CPR. But she didn't say anything. And I gave CPR for so long. And then we go to get a response. And at that very moment, I knew I lost it. Didn't call 911. I didn't go anywhere. I just sat right there by her. I was broken. After a couple of hours, I don't know how long for. Once reality came, and the first person I thought of was Ruby, her sister. We did everything together. Everywhere we went was together. It was always the three of us. Until it was four. When my daughter came around, it was always us everywhere. Didn't care what anybody thought. My only thought was Ruby. How to explain this to Ruby?
Uh, Mr. High Street, you want to take a break a minute? We'll move on and come back to you, or you'd like to finish?
No, sir, I gotta get this out.
Okay, go.
If I stop, I don't think I'll start again. So once I was able to call Ruby, that was the first time I was away from this world. Went to the other room to get the phone, to call Ruby. All I had to do was talk to Ruby, ask for forgiveness, let her know what I've done. Did come over. What? Brother Frank. And all I heard was yelling from the other room, yelling. And I got up. I'm sitting down on the floor, I was sitting on the floor in the bed. I had my phone, house phone. When I got up to walk over there, I don't remember what happened. what was said. I just remember I had to avoid the altercation with Frank. So I ran out the house. I was going for a good while. I still couldn't believe this happened. It had to be a dream. So later on that night, I went back to the house. The little police was still there. I just walked up to one of them, my backyard. I just told him it was me. I did this. Somebody I cared for, somebody that had a family that cared for her, a daughter that needed her, and I took her away. So broken. I'm so broken. Not because of me, but from the family I affected. The family I love it. Family that loves me. I did this to him. I will never for the rest of my life forget what I've done. Forgive myself for what I've done. Something I have to live with. But the hurtful part is I have to live with that. And the person I love, the person that this family loves, took their life. They can't. That's all. So I just wanted to get that out so the family understand it. I'm really apologetic for what I did. It was unintentional.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Warden, could you tell us what kind of inmate he was or is?
Yes, sir. Good morning. So, as far as an inmate goes, as far as his time here, it's been good. He's had one write-up that I can see in his 20-something years. That was when he's at State Police Barracks, not here. He's had a lot of programming. He's a trustee here. He does a car wash. He's a car wash orderly and does a wonderful job out there. And I do see him at church services and Bible studies and stuff, and he's pretty quiet, really quiet fella, doesn't say a whole lot, but he's done really well inside the prison.
Thank you so much, Warden. We appreciate your comment. Could we hear from Miss Hebert, his cousin, by Zoom?
Sheila Hebert here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to thank the members of the committee for allowing me to the opportunity to speak in support of my cousin GIOVANNIE Highstreet. My name again is Sheila Hebert, and GIOVANNIE is my first cousin. To clarify our family connection, we share the same grandmother. However, because she married twice, we have different grandfathers. Before I say anything else, I want to say I am so incredibly sorry for the loss. And I pray that all find peace. My sincere hope is that over time, the good memories of Esmeralda will overlook the pain and the negative outcome caused by GIOVANNIE's actions. I have known GIOVANNIE since he was a baby. And I know the type of person he has always been, and he always was a soft-hearted, gentle, and sincere person. I remember just when he was a little boy and our grandmother passed away, he was heartbroken because they were extremely close. Because his mother also had another very young child to care for during that time of grief, my mother convinced my aunt to let Giovanni come stay with us so the family could settle emotionally. We loved having him. Giovanni is about 6 years younger than me, so he became like a little brother and a young friend. To this day, I have never thought otherwise of him. Giovanni has always had a natural, caring, and loving soul. I specifically remember Giovanni on Thanksgiving Day came to visit with his family, and I had a severe allergic reaction. My eyes swelled shut. Giovanni stepped up and drove me to the emergency room, and he cared for my children so I could see the doctor. He was very reliable and caring. That was his nature. There's also a vibrant side and joyful side to Giovanni. He used to be a singer in a small community band with his stepdad. They would go out to the breezeway of the apartment complex and play their Spanish music, drawing a whole crowd. He even had a few local fans. I remember seeing him perform on Channel 10, Cox TV back then. I couldn't understand a word of Spanish he was singing, but I did miss those days, and I miss Giovanni. Giovanni truly loved it, and it was just another piece of him that I grew to love even more. There may have been a few years where we moved on and lost touch, but since we have reconnected through the prison's electronic messaging system, we had emailed one another back and forth many, many times. Through all those continued chats, I sense and feel that the same soft-hearted gentleman is still there. He has shown nothing but respect, profound remorse, and a deep eagerness to prove himself. I have also spoken to his mother many times over the past few years, and she guarantees me that she will provide Giovanni with a home again. She desperately wants him to come home. Giovanni is truly a changed human being. He holds valuable specialized skills from before his imprisonment and has worked hard to learn new ones while incarcerated, tools that will help him a great deal as he transitions back into the public community. He doesn't just want to re-enter society, he genuinely wants to give back as much as he can, prove himself, be allowed to serve in a public community. While incarcerated, he has proactively completed numerous self-help courses and maintained steady work throughout his time served. Through his 2 decades of hard work and eagerness to overcome his convictions, I truly feel that the correctional system in place has successfully worked for Giovanni. The programs, the structure, and the time served have fulfilled their ultimate purpose and rehabilitated him, allowing him to evolve into a responsible man he is today. Deep in my heart, and with complete confidence, I truly believe he has overcome the actions of his past. On this day before the committee, I do hope and pray you seriously consider his parole and grant him his release. He has truly earned this chance. Furthermore, I want to state clearly to the committee that I am fully committed to being there for Giovanni during his transition. I am more than willing to help him in any way I can, whether providing personal guidance, assisting him as he adjusts back into society, or helping him navigate his new path. He will have my continuous active support every step of the way. Giovanni's progress, rehabilitation, time served, and remorse speaks for itself. Thank you again for your time and your careful consideration of my statement today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Could we hear from Mr. Myers now?
Yes, good morning. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project, here on behalf of GIOVANNIE Highstreet. 2 years ago, GIOVANNIE had a hearing and was denied. At that hearing, which you heard today, was significantly different from that hearing. GIOVANNIE's own guilt and shock at his actions. He was still 2 years ago unable to tell you what he told you today. We've had several conversations in the last 4 to 5 months. In each conversation, GIOVANNIE knew he had to be as candid and honest with this board as he was today, not only for you, but for himself. Because today he actually addressed the things that he's been unable to verbalize all these years. GIOVANNIE is a first offender. He did not have a criminal history. He was involved in his community. He was a volunteer firefighter. He truly does understand the harm he caused to his family, to his community. GIOVANNIE would make a great candidate on parole. He has employable skills. He has the motivation to do everything that he needs to do to comply with any parole conditions. Parole Project is committed to GIOVANNIE as a long-term client for as long as this board would determine is necessary to help him rebuild his life. He's done the work during his incarceration, but that's, that work was still done all of those years. In essence, in a mindset that he still had a hard time acknowledging his own actions. Today, you saw it. Today, I think you heard exactly the truth of what happened, and you see the depth of his remorse. We believe GIOVANNIE would be successful. He's got a lot of rebuilding to do, and he understands that. And Parole Project will, through our program, will help him do those things. One of the things that he will have is an assessment by our social workers for any referrals to counseling. But he's, like I said, he's extremely employable. He has all the opportunities to be successful. He served 60% of his sentence, and GIOVANNIE could be an asset to his community should this board grant his parole today. And that's what we would ask, looking at his remorse, looking at the opportunities he has for success should the board grant his parole today. And so we would ask you to consider those things in making your decision.
Thank you so much, Mr. Myers. We appreciate your comment. Could we hear from Ms. Ruby Valdez?
After losing my sister and surviving this tragedy as a victim myself, left me carrying an immense weight that felt impossible to bear. Honestly, all I wanted was justice, and eye for an eye, metaphorically speaking, fairness and righteousness. I wanted to remain in that place of judgment, demanding that the offender lose his freedom just as my sister's freedom to live is also lost. Yet, the tighter I held on to that anger, the deeper the dagger of sorrow lodged in my chest, blocking any hope of healing. Fast forward to 2 years ago, I stood here, broken, shared how this tragedy had stripped every sense of peace within me. I spoke of the deep hurt, the pain, the grief, the physical toll it took on me and my well-being. How the entire trajectory of my life was forever altered. Everything I shared then was accurate, but what I didn't expect standing here in that moment was to feel a sudden wave of compassion for the person who caused our pain. I believe this compassion came from my journey of seeking God to rid me of this bondage and torment I had been having. I found myself in a crossroads where I had to choose continue to walk in this hatred or choose a path of redemption, healing, and restoration. I chose the Lord, Jesus. And in doing so, the dagger in my chest began to release. I realized that by holding on to that pain, I was keeping myself in prison, just as bound as the offender is by his own actions. Today, my heart is stepping down from the judge's seat. I'm choosing to release the weight of resentment. And before you all today, even though the story he shared has many inaccuracies and discrepancies based on evidence, I forgive the person who caused this tragedy. I am here to proclaim a journey of healing and forgiveness, even if it means I stand alone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anthony?
My name is Anthony Rodriguez. I'm the brother of his mother fathers. 21 years ago, my sister's life was taken. Her daughter grew up without a mother. Our family has spent decades carrying the pain, loss, the consequences of the decision. Today, I stand before not only as a brother, but as a husband and father of 3 children. Every day, I make choices that affect my family. I have learned that our choices shape our future. The right choices build life, protect families, leave legacy for our next generation. Wrong choices can destroy lives in a moment and leave scars that last forever. My sister never got the opportunity to watch her daughter grow up, graduate, become a woman, or build a family of her own. Those moments were taken from her. They were taken from all of us. I believe in faith. I believe in people can see God, change, and find forgiveness, but forgiveness does not erase the consequences of our actions. True accountability requires acknowledging the lasting impact of the choices we make. The man who murdered my sister made a decision that changed countless lives forever. My family continues to live with that reality every day. I respectfully ask the board to consider the permanent loss suffered by my sister, her daughter, and our entire family. For these reasons, I ask the parole to be denied. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. And next we have Ms. Highstreet.
Good morning. My name is Alexis. I am a mom's daughter. For 22 years, my version of normal has been growing up without a mother. I don't know what it feels like to be nurtured by her or just even hear her voice, and I'll never get to understand those things just because of the choice that you made to take her life. I was only 2 years old when your actions left me behind and moved along. I didn't even get a chance to see my first words to her before she was gone. Didn't just take her t-shirt, but he broke our entire family apart. Not to hurt that hasn't gone away for a single day. I need this board to understand my health is a price that I'm so paying for his decisions. I'm 24 years old now. My body is finally breaking under the weight of the survival mode that I was forced into as a toddler. My adulthood is a constant and exhausting battle for my health. My nervous system has always been stuck in a fight or flight mode, but I'm always on high alert and it has completely worn me down. I'm now dealing with a chronic illness that's a direct result of the long-term stress and trauma that impacts my life. I have to rely on therapy and medication every single day just to function because this trauma isn't just a memory, but it's a physical reality that affects my heart and my ability to feel safe in the world and in my own skin. I'm finally having to live through the heartache now that I'm an adult and I understand the unimaginable pain that I had to suppress for decades just to survive the wreckage that you left. It's gut wrenching just to be back here standing in front of someone who has no remorse for their actions. Every time my family and I have to face you, it's a physical trauma. It makes me sick to my stomach to think that the person who created this world of hurt can be allowed to walk free. You're asking for a second chance, but you assured that my mother would never get one. I'm strongly against your release because I deserve to finally have peace. I deserve to live a life where my health isn't constantly failing because I'm terrified of the man who took everything from me. Because of that, I'm asking courts to deny this parole for as long as the law allows. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do my colleagues have any questions?
Well, I do. I'd like to, and I'm not gonna read it because, I know how disturbing the details of the crime is. But your account of the crime is different from the police report, which I have in front of me. So your account is very different from the police report and the statement that you made. It should be noted also that the DA is very opposed to it, that it was a horrific and brutal murder of this crime, as well as the interest in truth in sentencing, which you took a plea bargain. It was originally second-degree murder, and then it was reduced to manslaughter. So that was a concern with the DA. Also, victims get a total of 10 minutes to speak, but it's usually like 3 people. But there is the mother who didn't get a chance to speak. And I'm not going to read her whole letter, but I will read excerpts. She strongly protests the early release of the offender who murdered her daughter. She says she still cry myself to sleep, longing to hear her voice. I will trade anything for just one moment with her. The offender succeeded in making a mother's worst nightmare come true. Receiving the notice of a parole hearing instantly brought back the trauma from the phone call that sent me to the emergency room the night that she was killed. While losing her was the hardest experience of my life, the second hardest was raising my granddaughter, and Alexis. I had to raise her knowing that one day I would have to explain that her own father was the reason her mother did not come home, never come home. A daughter lost a mother lost a child. For the safety of the community, for true justice, I urge the board to deny his parole and stand firmly against his release. I would like to mention, because of crime victims reparations, some people know about it, some people's never heard about it. That I did read on one of the statements that there was financial loss experience from the funeral and such. Crime victims reparations, you can go back, even though this happened when it did, to the sheriff's office, and you can file a claim if you didn't file one originally. That will help reimburse with funeral expenses that you had. The child at the time would have qualified for loss of support because her mother worked, what I read. So there may be a way to see about that, because if you were never told, you can't ask for what you don't know exists. So whoever is the sheriff's office in your area, go to them, and you can file, because I was on the board for many years. So I don't want you to do without, because I know and you don't. Today, like I said, you got a plea bargain, and you served part of that plea bargain, but it was for it was reduced. So, like I said, your statement doesn't line up with what the police report says. Not completely. I have no further questions nor statements, I guess I should say.
I'd like to, Mr. Highstreet. Sure, go ahead.
I have a couple of questions. So, first of all, I'm pleased to hear that you really thought about what you did since your last hearing, and you were willing to tell us some account of what happened. It does differ from what's in the record. And as Ruby has indicated, she was there too. There are some discrepancies. So do you remember what the fight was about?
Over cheating.
She accused you of cheating?
So we both accused each other of cheating.
And we've talked about, you do have a good prison record. You've only had one write-up, and that's remarkable. Being in jail or locked up for over 20 years. How did you manage that?
Ma'am, I tried not to get into that one. I tried to avoid that one. I just got snuck in. You just sometimes in prison can't avoid everything. But I tried to avoid that one also.
So the programs that you've taken, I noticed in 2023, you had an anger management class.
Yes,
What did
ma'am.
you learn in that class what skill did you learn there that you use today?
In that class, ma'am, I've learned how to walk away. I've learned how to negotiate the situation. I learned that I am the problem. And I learned that I can control myself. I can't control everybody around me, but I control myself. And my record shows that I know how to back away from the situation and neutralize the situation. And I do that to my best ability.
Yeah, and your record shows that. You're right. So I do see in your arrest history, there was an arrest in 1999 for domestic violence.
Yes, ma'am. There's actually two in there. First one, I promise you, I did not touch her at all. I was leaving and she called the police on me, and that was her way to leave. But the second time, yes, I did touch her.
Second, same victim.
Yes, ma'am.
In both of those cases, in addition to this.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, thanks for your honesty. I don't have any other questions, Mr.
I
Lewis.
wanted to ask you a question of where'd you live or where would you go after if you were released to Louisiana Parole Project?
Well, since I've been incarcerated, I had the ability to be at the state police barracks. Every job I've had in prison since I came to prison has been a trustee job. When I got to Angola, I was only there for a month, and the warden pulled me in his office and he asked me to help him with the rodeo ground. So I was doing the sound for the bands at the rodeo, and I did that my whole time at Angola. My first job at Angola, another job that I was not supposed to have because I wasn't there long enough, was I was working in the hospital, and I stayed at the hospital until I was shipped away to DCI. I came to DCI in 2009. And the first job I had here in DCI was another trusted job. They put me in the canteen. I was in the canteen, and I held that position until I went to the police barracks. When I went to the police barracks, I worked on the second floor. It was the colonel's floor. The colonel of the state police. I had that position, and then when the position came up where I had more qualifications, I had a hazmat area, and I moved from the colonel's floor to the hazmat area, and I worked there for the whole time I was at the barracks. While I was there, I got better on my skills with hazmat. So I was helping the hazmat instructor teach the class. I actually got to the point teaching the class. While I was teaching the class, I helped train almost every police department in Louisiana, fire department, EMS, state police, state police hazmat team, Louisiana National Guard hazmat team, Southern region of the FBI hazmat team. I've even helped train Secret Service aides that are right next to the President of the United States. So I have skills, and with those skills, the people who I help train or train in these companies, and these companies ask me that when I get out to come help them, and I would have a good job when I get out.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. So why aren't you still at the barracks? What happened?
Me and this guy got into an argument. I thought I neutralized the situation, but I didn't. He came to talk to me later on in the evening. I thought we was going outside to have a conversation. He hit me in the side of the head. When he hit me in the side of the head, I've never been knocked out before, so I don't know if I was knocked out but I was still conscious of everything going on, but I couldn't open my eyes. After a while, the fight ended. He went his way, I went my way. Well, in the barracks, everybody knows what happened at the barracks, and somebody was gonna go tell the captain or the lieutenant that we got to a fight. Well, the shift lieutenant called me to the office and asked me about the fight. I told him we got into a fight, and he put us both in a cage. Now this whole time I thought it was just a simple fight, but there was another guy who worked at the governor's mansion. Can't remember his name offhand, but he came 2 days. He came 2 days later to my cage, and he told me that he overheard the two guys coming up with a plan to save himself at the barracks, so he wouldn't get shipped. And he said that I came with him with a knife. Now, truly, we all had knives at the barracks. We all work with knives at the barracks. We all have knives in our pocket. But he said he overheard the two guys talking, coming up with a plan, going to tell the captain that he was protecting himself, that I came out with a knife. No, there was no knife involved. Joe Daigle, that's his name. Joe Daigle was at the barracks. He worked at the governor's mansion. He's the one that came and told me that he overheard them coming up with the plan, and that's how we both got shipped from the barracks.
Is that the write-up I see?
Excuse me, yes, ma'am.
That's the only write-up?
Yes, ma'am.
That's it, okay.
As a matter of fact, when Joe Daigle came and told me 2 days later that it was a knife fight, I talked to the lieutenant. He was the acting captain at the barracks, and I told him that it wasn't a knife fight. He said he believes that. So that I still got the write-up though, but that's how that happened.
Okay.
And you said it was an accident?
Yes, sir.
I don't know the vote.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Mr. Highstreet, Mr. Tillis will be voting.
Mr. Highstreet, I believe your story. And based on Ms. Valdez and the warden there, I'm going to vote to grant.
Mrs. Stapleton?
I don't believe your story was completely true. Not based upon the police report and everything I read. And also it said that she was alive, that you could have called the police and you didn't. When you were saying you were given CPR and all those hours elapsed, that during that time you could have called the police, and that you even had statements about that you were waiting for her sister to get there because she was the one that accused you of cheating and stuff like that. So this was a jealousy incident. And in 1999, when the police did come, she had a swollen lip and swollen eye, but she recanted. So 5 years later, she's dead. So it kind of follows the pattern of domestic violence sometimes when there's violence involved. So you have strong opposition from the district attorney, and then you have opposition from the sheriff, obviously strong opposition from most of the victims in the family. You were given a plea bargain from second-degree murder to manslaughter, which gave you 40 years. So today, my vote is to deny.
All right, Giovanni, you know what happened. My vote today would be to grant your parole. I believe you've told us what you recall happened. I think you've been very honest and forthcoming with us about the previous history. The fact that the warden had good remarks for you. The fact that you've only had one write-up in over 20 years, as I said, demonstrates to me you have the ability to maintain your composure. The parole project has laid out a really good plan for you. However, today, because you didn't get a unanimous vote, the outcome is that your parole's been denied. Good
We what? You got a meeting now?
All right, good morning. Are y'all still on mute?
No, we
No, we
good.
good.
Good morning.
Not anymore.
Mr. Calais, can you introduce yourself, please?
Good
Tell
morning.
us your name and your DOC number.
Parole, 3633 Madison.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Calais, let's see. You are serving a 40-year sentence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I get to the right page. I apologize. I'm not there yet. Before we get started, and trying to read, here we go. So you were sentenced in July 1999 in St. Martin Parish for manslaughter, obstruction of justice, and armed robbery. The offense or the crime occurred in October of 1996. I don't see where you have a good time date in May of 2037. Is that information correct? All right, let me acknowledge the folks. Your case was assigned to me, so I'm going to take the lead on the interview, but let me acknowledge the folks who have joined us. Here with us in Baton Rouge today, we have, well, you have an attorney here. Would you introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, Justin Cantu.
All right, thank you, sir. We also have here with us Lisa Calais, Kayla Calais, Deshaun Ambrose is on Zoom. Here is Sienna Champ, Melissa Jameson, and Leandra Calais. And Miss Stella Calais is on Zoom, and Nicole Coleman is on Zoom. And those who will be speaking in support, will call on them shortly to do so. We also have participating by Zoom representing the victim, Ms. Yolanda Williams, who will be speaking at the appropriate time. We also have Cora Williams, who's joined us, who's here observing, but she has stated her opposition, does not wish to speak. So let's just get started. So, Mr. Calais, tell us in your words what you did that led to this conviction.
What I did was lead this conviction. First of all, I'd like to say how deeply sorry I am to Mr. Williams' son, that the pain and suffering that I caused due to my ignorance and due to me coming to prison as a young adult, hanging with the wrong individuals. But that's not no excuse for what I've done. But I always had a constant habit of dealing with the wrong individuals that put me in the wrong position. Besides that, the wrong decision making, dealing with the wrong individual.
Well, let me ask you this. What responsibility do you personally accept, separate from anything your co-defendant did?
So I accept responsibility for everything that I've done.
What did you do?
Taking the life of Mr. Williams and all that.
All right, we'll get into it a little more shortly. First, let's hear from the warden. Warden, what can you tell us about Mr. Harry?
Good morning. He's got some pretty decent program. He's a trustee here. He works in the kitchen on one of our compound 4 areas. He's been over there since 23. He's been a trustee, and he works in the kitchen over there. He last write-up was in 23, so about 3 years ago, and don't really hear a whole lot out of it.
All right, thank you. So let's, before we hear from your attorney, I want to hear from the folks who've indicated they want to speak. First, could we hear on Zoom, we have your aunt, Miss Stella Calais. You're on mute still. You have to unmute the microphone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Hi. Good evening.
Good afternoon. Is it? Yeah. Go ahead. What do you want us to know?
Morning.
Okay. Okay. My name is Stella CALAIS. I'm a born native of Breaux Bridge, Louisiana, but I live here in Houston, Texas. And in 2001, I didn't really understand Harry's life until I was hired at Spring Branch ISD to work with special needs kids. Now, we call them special needs kids, but when Harry was diagnosed as a little boy, back in the days, with all due respect to everybody, we looked at it as being retardation. Okay? That is over, that was Harry's life. Harry graduated at school in the 12th grade, social promoted. Now, he sits there and he's a grown man today. But his educational, his mentality, okay, I have him as an example.
Hi,
That's my son.
I'm Emmanuel.
He's 13 years old. He's 6'1", and he's 180 pounds, and he's mentally challenged. Okay, baby, you could go ahead. Mama, go ahead. But Emmanuel's mind, his capacity, he's 13, but he's 8 years old.
I'm 13.
He's 13, but his mentality is 8 years old. And the artistic kids in my class, they were grown up, but the age did not match their mentality. I understand. With Harry, he wasn't given a fair chance because Harry was diagnosed as mentally retardation and he shouldn't have been given all these years. And Harry was never, ever in trouble. He was a little boy. He stayed in the house. And I was teaching him things at that time that I did not know at that time. that I was teaching him life skills. He got caught up with the wrong people at the wrong time, and they took advantage of him. Because Harry does not have a mean bone in his body. He has never been in a fight in his life. He didn't even know how to explain to y'all how he got in the position he got in. He couldn't even explain you that because he didn't understand. Really, he didn't understand the question. I understood the question. Others might have understood the question, but he didn't. And he wasn't, how can I say that? God, help me with this. He wasn't, I was a politician at St. Martin Parish, and I might have stepped on a lot of people's toes that thought that these kids that was with my mama was my children, but they weren't. And some of that is the outcome of that. Because I came up against, when I was in court with Harry, I seen that I had come up against the evil regime of St. Martin Parish.
Yes,
this happening to Harry changed my life. It changed my life. It changed my life.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Calais. We're going to move on and hear from Nicole.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Nicole?
She's open.
Seems like her camera may be frozen.
Yeah.
Nicole, can you put your microphone on? We're gonna see if we can call her on the phone. We can talk to her by phone. So in the meantime, we'll go ahead and hear from Miss Leandra Calais, who's here.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you step up again, please?
Step up.
Yes, please. And then we'll go back and see if we can.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Just stay, you can stay right there, Miss Calais.
My name is Nicole.
Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate it. Harry and I, we grew up as cousins. I'm also from Breaux Bridge as well, Breaux Bridge, Louisiana. We grew up as cousins, lifelong cousins. I don't have anything bad to say about him, negative to say about him. I always known him to be a good person, a very supportive person. Coming up, he even helped, for a brief moment, take care of his nephew. I can remember him, coming into my aunt's home, with a brand new baby, him and his brother was, willing to take care of this brand new little baby, his nephew Jairus. So I've always known him to be a good person, a kind-hearted person. And that's pretty much all I have to say at this moment. It looks like I'm having a system issue or my screen is freezing up.
Yeah, but we heard you just fine. Thanks for speaking with us this morning.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Calais, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I met Harry in 1992, Delta College. And for 33 years, it's like, we're married, but that's my history. And for the past 20 years, been rough. We've been married 20 years. And they're right. A lot of things he don't understand. When y'all ask certain things the way y'all ask it, he don't express himself the way that he should. He know what he wanna say, but it ain't coming.
He's your husband?
That is my husband.
Okay.
He is. And like I said, if anybody deserves a second chance, he does. He really does.
grandfather now. Yes, kids. I've been working on this for a very long time. I try to make every meeting that I can for him, whatever he needs. You get out of here, he ain't gotta worry about it.
Well, thanks for speaking to us.
Anything he needs.
This is his support.
Boys, yep. Sisters, cousins, auntie, his wife. He wouldn't do something.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Cantu, we'd like to hear from you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd first like to thank the committee for affording us the opportunity to be here today. I would like the committee to focus on Mr. CALAIS as a husband, a loving husband, a father, a grandfather. Mr. CALAIS has been incarcerated for 30 years now. He has a son who he's never held, and he has grandchildren who he's never held. That does not negate his past, but we've heard Mr. CALAIS express that he's taking responsibility for what he did. That was a lifetime ago. I was only 7 years old in 1996. I know one thing that a major factor that the committee takes into consideration is what would happen if the inmate is granted. What does the future look like? Is there a support system in place to help make sure that the parolee does not end up at where he was? As we've seen and heard from today, he has sister, aunts, cousins, all came today, either in person or by video, to show their support for Mr. CALAIS. He has a cousin who has a lawn company who is willing to have him use the lawn equipment so that he can start generating an income. His grandmother's home has been maintained, the grass is cut, the lights are on, it is ready for him to move in. His sister has agreed to help move in with him and stay with him as long as it takes to make sure that he is not alone, that he is not with any bad influences, anybody who can pressure him to do anything. He's going to be with his family. He's earned the trust of the jail and the warden. They've had him in the kitchen now for 3 years. They don't let just anybody play with the knives if you're in jail. He's earned that trust. He's done his time. He's paid his debt to society. And I believe that if Mr. CALAIS is granted parole, he will try to be the most productive member of society possible and give back. And that's one thing that the family has talked to me about today, the days prior, in that Mr. CALAIS wants to start a nonprofit. He wants to get involved with the community to give back and be someone who matters, not someone who gives rather than just takes. So we ask, please consider him as a candidate for parole. We believe that the support system is there to help make sure that, and to almost guarantee that he would be a success should he be granted parole.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so let's hear now from the victim's family. Could we hear from Miss Yolanda Williams, please?
Good morning.
Morning.
I hear his family. I hear their side. I understand your stance. But you have to understand ours as well. I have a special ed sister. Also, she has the mind of a 6-year-old. She would have never had beat my brother. Had my brother to call my mama and tell my mama that he was on his way home. Never. He left a son, a 6-year-old son. Can't hug his daddy anymore. The only thing that we could do is go look at a tombstone. Hey, James, how you doing? He can't wave to us back. He can't hug us back. I understand you, but you have to understand us. You left him on the side of the road like a dog. We had to go identify him. Yes, this happened in 96, but it seemed like it happened yesterday. I want to forgive you. Maybe one day in my heart I will. But you took my brother. You didn't know my brother. You didn't know my brother was a good guy too. They keep saying you're a good guy. My brother was good. Just like you probably grew up in church, my brother grew up in church. My father was a pastor. You took him from my father. You took him from my mother. I have 9 brothers and 4 sisters. You took my brother. He was my big brother. He brought us together every Friday. You left a void. You left a void in my heart. It's a hole that I try to fill. I'm gonna tell you something. You killed my brother. I was 110 pounds. Today I struggle because of depression. Can I tell you how much I weigh? I weigh 338 pounds now because that's the hole in my heart. I went on diet after diet. I can finally say it. I can finally say it. When you killed him, you killed me. I'm sorry.
Ms. Williams, thank you so much for speaking with us today. I'm so sorry for your loss, and I can tell that you're still greatly impacted. And I do hope that you one day will find some peace. We're going to move on now and speak to Mr. CALAIS. So Harry, how do you feel about what was just said?
Terrible.
Terrible? Is that what you said?
Very much terrible. Terrible.
Did you do victim impact training?
Yes, ma'am.
I think, yeah, you did in 2024. So, what did you learn from that program? How did you apply what you learned to your situation?
Show empathy towards the victim family on what I did and the impact that I did, the impact that I brought upon their life due to my action.
Still not real clear on your particular actions.
You know, for me taking his life out of ignorance and stupidity. Until the date, it's not a day that I don't go by that I do not think about what I've done. If I could change it, I would. But I cannot change my past. But I can always change the future.
Were there 2 victims?
Yeah, I have a fall pipe.
2 victims. I mean, I know you have a
Yes,
co-defendant,
ma'am.
but the people that lost their life, Mr. James Williams was one. Was there another person?
with Perry.
What did you do to either of those people? You yourself?
I only wanted, I shot Mr. Williams.
Okay.
My co-defendant shot Mr. Perry.
All right, that's what I was trying to get at. You would never come out and tell us what you did. You have to accept responsibility and own up to it.
Yes, ma'am.
And you heard the pain in Mr. Williams' sister, and all her brothers and sisters, I'm sure, feel that same way.
Yes, ma'am.
So, what do you think has changed in you during all these years in prison? Let's see, you've been there 30 years, about 30 years. How do you feel you've changed in 30 years? To assure me that you would never fall in, do the same thing again.
Make sure that I never come back to prison. I learned that every time I dealt with the wrong individual, I'll never put myself in a bad predicament ever again to deal with a person that's gonna get me in trouble.
So how do you deal with that? When you recognize that's the situation, what do you do?
I get away. I don't deal with it. I stay away. Anything negative, I will not deal with.
So we've heard from your family here today. Tell us exactly where you'd live if you were released on parole.
No, I would live with my wife in Lafayette, Louisiana.
Who else lives there?
Just her?
Okay. What type of work you think you can expect to get? Say, let's look at a window. If you were released on parole, and where would you be working within 60 days? What kind of job you gonna look for?
At my cousin cafe in Parks, Louisiana.
Cooking.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the best dish you cook at Unit 4?
Really smothered chicken.
They like the chicken?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you fry it too, or just smother?
I fry it too, ma'am.
And they like the smothered. That's interesting. Good. Well, you'll do good at a cafe, I'm sure. So you were on probation when this happened. Is that right? Or were you?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
were second offender, so you were on probation. So, which means you didn't really follow all the rules of probation because you got back in trouble.
Yes,
So what will you do differently when a parole officer tells you something to do that you don't like?
I'm gonna listen.
You gonna do it?
Yes, I will. I'm gonna listen to what you say. Not the do's and not the don'ts. The do's and don'ts.
Very important. What people will you stay away from so you can continue, so you can be successful? You know, you said, your aunt said you were following the wrong people or somehow or another they influenced you. How are you gonna manage that now?
Stay around my family. The ones that ain't gonna influence.
Well, they'll influence you in a good way.
Right.
All right. I'm gonna sit back and listen to my colleagues. Any questions?
How old were you when this happened?
23. Just made 23.
Were you doing drugs?
And I smoked a little weed. Smoked marijuana.
Okay. I have no more questions.
So you were fully aware of what was going on, though? I mean, you weren't under the influence of drugs or anything else, just killed 2 people and burned up the evidence and all that. Am I correct? Jonathan?
Yeah, I was. No, it wasn't a day I didn't go by smoking weed.
Yeah. So Ms. Renata asked some very good questions. How would your life be different? Because, I mean, we hear a lot of times that people do not follow up with their parole probation officer, different things like that.
I have never.
Like that you will have that to make sure that you follow the rules, because it's pretty, you know, I mean, it's definite. If you don't, you'll get arrested again.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm about to say. I never give myself a chance.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll say, show me your friends and I'll show you your future.
Right.
So kind of falls under that.
Well, would you eat?
Yeah. All right. I don't have any further questions.
All right, I think we're prepared to vote, Mr. Calais. Yours is a tough case because I can hear the pain in Miss Yolanda's testimony that she gave today, and she's still greatly impacted by what you and your co-defendant did, and will be impacted for the rest of her life, as are all her other family members. But on the other hand, I sit here and I hear from your family, your aunt, your wife, and I look at your record. I believe that with the support of your family and listening to you, we have to really pull information out of you, but after getting some of that information, I think that you'll do well with your family. I don't think you're a public safety risk. You have a low risk score. My vote today will be to grant your parole with special conditions that you, of course, have to follow all the rules by your parole officer. But I would like for you to have a mental health evaluation and have to do whatever they may recommend if there's any treatment involved. And you will stay away, have absolutely no contact with the family members of Mr. James Williams or Mr. Broderick Perry. Mr. Tillis.
I concur with Ms. Renazza, and I'm probably going to come down and check on you myself and check that chicken out.
Ms. Stapleton.
I've got 10 letters of opposition from the family here, and they're heartbroken. And so I do want to acknowledge that, and they want you to finish out your plea bargain. And then also we have law enforcement that feels the same way. I do believe that you have a good family support system. I do believe that you're not going to be a danger to society. So today my vote is to concur with Ms. Renazza for the same conditions though.
All right, Mr. Calais, congratulations. Don't disappoint us, okay?
I sure won't.
All right.
I sure won't.
All right. Committee on Parole is now at Jefferson Parish. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you just for the record introduce yourself, please?
Deputy Marlboro, with Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office.
Sir, and our first case of record, we have Joshua Jones. Is that who?
Right here for you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jones, good afternoon. Good afternoon. No, it's afternoon now. You've been waiting a while, huh?
Yeah, I know. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah.
Tell us your name and DOC number.
Joshua Jones, 554621.
All right, Mr. Jones, and do you have any paperwork there with you?
Right there in front of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Your signature at the bottom of that page.
Yes, ma'am.
So based on that information, you're not eligible for us to appoint you a lawyer today. So are you ready to proceed without a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and let me acknowledge you've got some folks here on Zoom today. We have your sister, Mary Sullivan, and your fiance, LaLove Jones, and they both want to say a couple of words, and we'll call on them shortly. But your case today has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton, so she'll ask you some questions.
Okay, well, we're gonna go over your rule violations, okay? And you're gonna plead guilty or not guilty, and either one of them with a statement, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At some point after 2/14/2023, the subject changed his residential address and his contact phone numbers without notifying his parole officer. The subject has not checked in with the office since that date, which was February 14th. The subject has not been available to be located or contacted using any provided phone numbers or addresses. How do you plead? And if with or without a statement?
Plead guilty because I was wrong.
Okay.
I had something went down in my life that it changed me. Like I lost my daughter. January 13th, she was born, and she died 22 days later, COVID. And the house that I was paroled in, they had put me out and he stole my GoFundMe account. I couldn't even bury my daughter. So that put me in a homeless state, and I was really losing myself at that time.
Thank you. And I'm so sorry for your loss and what you had to go through. And then rule violation of number 4 was subject violated this condition as evidenced by his arrest, 2/19/2026 at Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office for charge, which it was a theft of less than $5,000.
Talked to the detective. He told me all charges was dropped against me because it wasn't me. That's what he told me when I went to court for child support not too long ago.
Okay. And I see on your on another report where you did plead not guilty to that. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay, I got that. And the subject has a current arrearage in the amount of $3,087. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That because you were homeless and
Yes, ma'am. I was homeless. If it wasn't for my fiance, I'd still be out there right now to the day.
and you're a 4th class offender. So you do know what you're supposed to do with probation and parole officers. You know how you're supposed to check in and be available, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
All right. Does anybody have any questions? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. Let me hear from your fiance, Miss Jones. He's ready to speak, please. Miss Jones?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, ma'am. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. What would you like to say on behalf of Mr. Jones?
On behalf of Joshua Jones, I would just like to say that he's a great partner, a great father who loves and adores his children. He did have a small mishap hiccup, but he has been prospering, getting his life together, and I feel like he deserves another chance to come home and be with his family.
Is that all you'd like to say, Ms. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Miss Mary Sullivan, the sister, would you like to speak at this time?
How you doing? My name is Mary Sullivan. I'm speaking on the behalf of my brother, Joshua Jones. I wrote a little thing so I could just go straight out with it. Okay. I am writing on the behalf of my brother to respectfully request a consideration for his release on parole. I have watched him grow, reflect, and take responsibility for his past choices, and I truly believe he is ready to return home as a better man. My brother is not the same person he was when he entered. He has used this time to learn and mature and understand the impact of his actions. He speaks often about wanting to do better, not just for himself, but for the people that's around him and love him and depend on him. Most importantly, his children. His children need their father. They are growing, learning, and facing life challenges without him physically present. Despite the distance, he has remained committed to them, checking on them, encouraging them, and doing everything he can to stay involved. Our family is prepared to support him fully. He has a stable home to return to and a support system and people who will hold him accountable and help him continue on the right path. We believe in him and we have seen him change. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jones, do you have a place to live? I mean, that was one of the problems.
Yes, ma'am. I have a stable place now, ma'am, and I have two jobs waiting on me as we speak.
Okay. Have you talked to your parole officer about that?
Yes, ma'am. He said it was up to y'all, so I just waiting on y'all to let me know what's the next step. That's about it.
And this is very serious, what's happened to you.
I understand.
Okay. Anybody else have something to court? Have you been to court?
Huh?
About the theft? I thought that, yeah, it says no court date has been set at this time.
Yeah, I know, but if the detective told me the charges was dropped against me, he told me that. But I don't know. I never had a court date on it.
I don't see, I have show a status stated. May 22nd,
Here, let's
where it
see.
says no status.
The scooter was returned and spoke with the employee to make sure the scooter is returned to its owner. Mr. Jones said it's never issue. Guilty. Did not take the scooter. He's the subject before he kicked the person out of the vehicle, took the scooter.
So do you have a court date set?
No, ma'am, I never had one. He never told me nothing else about it after he came seeing me.
Who's he? Who you talking?
I got the detective name. He just told me I was just waiting on parole and probation. That's what he told me when he came see me not too long ago.
Yeah. Okay, well, Mr. Jones, today, my vote is going to be to not revoke you today. And you have to report immediately to your parole officer.
Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all.
You tell us.
My vote also is do not revoke.
My vote also is do not revoke, and then we want you to report within 24 hours of your release, go to the parole officer.
You got it, no problem. Thank you.
And whatever you need to do to resolve those charges. Good luck to you.
All right, thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. We are now at St. Martin Correctional Center. We
Yes,
have
ma'am.
before us Mr. Ames. Is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us your name and DOC number, please, sir.
My name is Joseph A. Jr. My DOC number is 338157.
What's your last? Oh, Junior. You said Joseph Ames Jr.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you have any paperwork there with you?
No, ma'am.
Let me ask you some questions. I'm gonna go, you signed a form, but I'm gonna just go over the questions with you real quick. Have you been
Okay.
treated for mental illness in the past 5 years? There it is. You see that form?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I believe if we pull it up a little bit, is that your signature at the bottom dated March 20th?
Yes, ma'am.
So based on the information you provided, answered those questions, you don't qualify for us to appoint you a lawyer. So are you ready to proceed without a lawyer today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. I'm gonna turn it over to him. He'll ask you questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ames, how are you?
I'm good, and you?
Good. I'm gonna read some violations and you can plead guilty, not guilty, or with the statement. Violation number 4, it's alleged that you engaged in criminal activity from on or about 5/9/25 until on or about 6/26/25 by committing the offense of criminal conspiracy to possess crystal meth. An arrest warrant was issued for you for the offense of crime, conspiracy of possessing crystal methamphetamines, a felony, on 8/26/25 by the Louisiana State Police. How do you plead? Guilty, not guilty, or with the statement?
I guess I could plead with a statement. I ain't never possessed no crystal meth, and
Are you not guilty with a statement or guilty with a statement? Which is the plea?
not guilty.
Okay, tell us what happened. You say you didn't have any.
No, they told me about some phone call, and the dude recently just had a guilty plea for his charges, and so they dropped me back to the state. And I had told my parole officer if they would have come search my area where I lived, that they wouldn't have found no crystal meth because I never possessed no crystal meth.
Did you possess any drugs?
No, sir.
Okay. The charges are currently pending in the 16th District St. Martin Parish of Louisiana. There was no charges in the status of the charges. A bill of information has not been filed, and there are no pending charges court date. You don't have an attorney?
No, sir.
And you haven't been to court?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, violation number 10. You failed to maintain payments of this obligation. And at the time you were arrested about 8/29/25, you were $250 in the arrear. How do you plead?
I plead guilty to that, and I also told let my parole officer I will be willing still to pay because I don't like being late on no parole fee. I had the money, but when they locked me up, I had my regular date was September 3rd to go visit my parole officer, but I got locked up the Friday, so I couldn't go to the mail room and get a money order for the sentence. But I'm still willing to pay the fees.
Okay. Let's talk about the drug charges. You do drugs?
Oh, past time when I had got a charge in 2015, and I was on like pills and stuff, but that I don't even try to deal with situations like that no more. I know it's dealing with my freedom.
How long have you been clean?
Uh, I came home since 21. I've been clean ever since.
Since 21?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're not selling or using drugs?
No, sir.
What happened? They arrested you.
Well, I had spoke to a dude on the phone, and he was just verbally speaking, freedom of speech, and asked me about situations dealing with that, but I never dealt with the situations. He was just like speaking to me about, the situation dealing with drugs, but I never dealt with it.
Okay, just make it a little more clear to me. What was the conversation about?
Well, you were telling me about fast money and how I can make a little money and stuff like that. And I'm like, man, I'm not down for that. I ain't participated with no activities like that.
Okay. I have no more questions.
So in your preliminary hearing, and you realize the offense we're talking about is criminal conspiracy to possess crystal meth.
Yes, ma'am.
You were arrested on a warrant, and during your preliminary hearing, you admitted to a phone call.
Yeah, I talked to him on the phone. I did talk to him on the phone, but I ain't possessed no drugs.
We said criminal conspiracy to
Okay, yes, ma'am.
possession. And then we have your cell phone number, and it says that was used to facilitate the purchase of crystal meth. But you pled guilty to that at your preliminary hearing, or you admitted it, I'll say that.
Yeah, I admitted, yeah. Phone call, yes, ma'am.
All right, I don't have any other questions.
That was gonna be my statement, just what she said.
So how long have you been out?
Out home?
Yeah.
Well, I got locked up in 2015. I came back in 2021 until 25.
Have you been working?
Yeah, I do like carpentry work and construction and roofing, but they pay cash.
Okay, all right. I have no more questions. Ready?
Okay, we're ready to vote, Mr. Ames, Mr. Tillis.
For some reason, I'm going to vote do not revoke.
Okay, Mrs. Stapleton.
I'm gonna vote to revoke for condition number 4, because you did plead guilty at the preliminary hearing.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
for that reason, I'm gonna vote to revoke.
And Mr. Ames, based on the evidence that we have in the record and the volume of phone calls, I too find probable cause that you violated condition number 4, the criminal conspiracy to possess. So my vote today is to revoke. And so you've received 2 votes to revoke your parole. 1 is do not revoke. So today your parole is being revoked, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
St. Martin.
That's great.
All right, Mr. Chauvin, good morning. I'm sorry, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You've probably been waiting for us since morning, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell us, for the record, sir, state your name and DOC number.
Adam Chauvin, and DOC number is 776590.
All right, thank you. And you have counsel with you this morning. Mr. Jordan, for the record, could you introduce yourself, sir? You're still on.
Okay, now I'm
Yeah.
unmuted.
Yes.
Good morning, committee members. My name is Eddie Jordan. I represent Mr. Chauvin, Adam Chauvin.
Okay, thank you, sir. Also joining us today on Zoom, we have Mr. Chauvin's mother, Jessica Bolanos, stepfather, Mr. Roger Bolanos, and fiance Ava Majoria, and all who would want to speak on your behalf, Adam. First, I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Stapleton. She'll read the allegations against you. We'll hear what you have to say. We'll listen to your family members that want to speak and your fiance, and then we'll turn it over to Mr. Jordan for any closing remarks. And Mr. Jordan, if you want to jump in at any time during that process, please do so.
I'll do so. Thank you.
Mrs. Stapleton.
Okay, at this time, a rule violation, which was on 3/21/2026, you were arrested by the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office and charged with domestic abuse, child endangerment. Later, it says the pending charge was refused. How do you plead to that? And you can plead guilty or not guilty, and with the statement.
Not guilty.
All right, and you are currently in arrears of $630 for your fees. How do you plead for that, sir?
Not guilty.
Could you tell me what happened on 3/21 that caused you to the police to be called and everything? Will you please tell me what's going on?
Yes, ma'am. So I just want to thank y'all for taking time to look over my case because I do understand the seriousness behind it, but it was just a big misunderstanding over some trash that was left outside. My stepfather, he admitted to being the aggressor, and I'm just strongly asking for a second chance.
So what happened?
So
It's got a child endangerment. So there was children present at the time. Is that what was going on?
they were inside and the trash was outside. It was just misplaced. It was really just a big misunderstanding. Like he thought that I left trash outside, and which I didn't, and he attacked me.
What was the deal about the cell phone? How did the cell phone?
It was just misplaced. It was a cell phone that was misplaced that he also thought that I had, but I never had.
Okay. Well, let's see. We're gonna have some people speak for you. We're gonna revisit all of this. All right. So at the time, Miss Bolanos, your mother,
Yes, ma'am.
would you like to speak, ma'am?
Good morning. Well, good afternoon. I'm sorry, I've been waiting since morning as well. And thank you guys for taking the time to hear from us. I am speaking on behalf of my son, Adam Chauvin, and on our family. We understand the seriousness of the situation and why we're here today. And I don't want to excuse any past events. My husband, Roger, has admitted to being the aggressor in the situation. The children were not present at all. The children were inside with me when this occurred. And also, we spent time reflecting on this as a family, as a whole, and everything that happened. And I want to truly bring light to giving Adam another chance to be able to come out. He's about to be a father. He truly is a good, I say kid. I know he's not a kid. He's 22 now, but in my eyes, he's always my kid, but he has a good heart and the kids love him. The kids are asking when he's coming home. He's about to be a father next month in July. He has employment, he has stability, he has support, he has everything he needs to come home and to do right. He hadn't gotten into trouble before this situation occurred. And
I truly just beg for you guys to give him a second chance to come home and be able to continue, and especially become a father. Like that's going to be a lot of motivation for him to push him and excel him a lot further. And again, I thank you guys for this time today. And we just want to see him continue to grow and to be a successful member of society.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the stepfather, Roger Bolanos. What did you have to say, sir?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Members of the board, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today on his behalf. So let me just begin by being honest and taking accountability for my own role in this situation that brought us here today. I have openly acknowledged that I was the aggressor during that incident, and I regret the way everything unfolded. Um, Time has passed, but our family has had an opportunity to reflect, heal, and move forward. I want to let you guys know, as the board, to understand that Adam is not a violent or dangerous person. He has a very strong support system waiting for him at home and has always been there. We have a big family who love him, who holds him accountable, and who are committed to helping him succeed. Our kids ask about him all the time. They miss him. They enjoyed every moment he's came around. Although this situation, I have seen Adam work, provide, and try to support for his family and become a productive member of the society. I respectfully ask the board to give Adam the opportunity to come home and continue proving through his actions that he is capable of living a stable, responsible, and positive life.
Where's Adam gonna live sometime? Because he was living with y'all, correct?
I'm sorry, ma'am?
Does Adam live with y'all or
He wasn't
His
after this
grandmother.
situation. Yes, ma'am. He moves with his grandmother.
okay? So he's gonna live with his grandmother when
He is, yes, ma'am.
I was wondering about that. All right, thank you, Mr. Bolanos. Now we've got Ava, the fiance.
Hi.
Hey, Ava.
Okay, so the whole situation was a misunderstanding, like Adam said, about some trash that was left outside. And Adam's stepfather has admitted to being the aggressor in the situation, and I am kindly asking for the father of my son to have a second chance. The birth of our son is in early July. He has never missed one appointment for either of us. I was with Adam every single day before this. He always treats me and his family with the utmost respect. He has 2 jobs willing to take him upon his release and a safe home. He has been responsible for all of our son's things financially, and he is happy and ready to be a father. He has always stayed in touch with his PO. And thank you guys for listening and for your time.
Okay, Ava, are y'all gonna both be living together at the grandmother's house? Or are you gonna live separately, or how's that gonna work?
I'm going to stay with my mom temporarily.
Okay. All right, I was just wondering about that. Okay, Adam. Does anybody else have any questions? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Jordan, please speak. I'm sorry.
Yes. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and for giving Adam an opportunity to really set the record straight and to respectfully request that the Committee on Parole not revoke his parole. Adam is a young man. He is a person who has learned so much since his conviction, and he has continued with this one situation, with the exception of this one situation. He has not gotten into any trouble. And as everyone has made clear, he was not the aggressor in this situation. So the DA determined not to prosecute him for it. The DA refused the charge. Now, we know that the committee is not bound by what the DA says, but certainly that is very, very significant that the DA did not believe that there was probable cause to believe that Adam had broken the law. So we start off with that important point, but Adam is also a person who is an excellent candidate for continuing his parole because he is not a threat to the community and not a threat to himself, and he is ready to go back into society and actually work in a good job. He's got a job that's waiting for him, a job that he had before this incident, laying fiber optics, and he has every incentive to want to comply with all the rules for parole because he's got a baby coming on. So he wants to be a father. He wants to be a good father, and he wants to be a role model for his child, and he wants to provide for his child. And this is a set of circumstances that would make him ideally suited for continuing his parole and allowing him to show the committee that he's totally reformed and rehabilitated himself. So we're asking that since there is no indication here that he was the aggressor, this does not warrant, we believe, a revocation, and we would respectfully ask the committee to give him one more chance so that he can continue and complete his parole and actually return to his family and do all the constructive things that we've talked about.
Thank you very much. Okay, Adam. So I'm ready. I'm prepared to vote this time. Ready to go. Okay, Adam. Go ahead. Okay. Today I'm not going to revoke you, but I do want you to have a mental health evaluation. That would be one of my conditions, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I wish you every good fortune with your new baby that's coming. And
Thank
stay
you
out
so
of trouble. I know, I just stay out of trouble so we don't see you. Okay.
Mr. Tillis. My vote today also, based on everything I've heard today, is do not revoke. And with that added special condition, that you will seek out a mental health evaluation. And if anything, treatment or otherwise is recommended there, you comply with whatever that recommendation may be. Good luck on your new family.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Oh, is it? I thought they had everybody.
All right, we are now at Allen Parish. And this is, sir, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Derrick Keith, 705. Wait. So 506-754.
Yeah, okay, that's it. That's the one I got.
Been a
So
while.
you're here for a revocation decision, Mr. Keith, and Do you have any paperwork there with you?
No, ma'am.
So we're gonna put a form up on the screen for you to look at, and I want you to verify if that's your signature. You see it?
Yes, ma'am.
It's called a parole revocation questionnaire. Is that your signature dated March 27th?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on that information, Mr. Keith, you're not eligible for us to appoint you a lawyer for today. Are you ready to proceed without a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm gonna read the allegations and you'll enter a plea of guilty or not guilty, and then we'll have a conversation about it. The first one says condition number 4. It's alleged that on or about September 9th, 2025, you were engaged in criminal conduct that led to your arrest on September 10th, 2025 by the Allen Parish Sheriff's Office for the offense of attempted second-degree murder. So how do you plead to violating condition number 4?
Not guilty.
Then there is condition number 5, which has to do with the same exact language, but it adds per a KPLC article and arrest warrant, you were in control of a firearm during that incident. How do you plead to violating condition number 5?
Not guilty. Never had.
We can talk about it. Last is about your fees. Condition number 10, it says you are in arrears $1,758. How do you plead?
Yes, ma'am. I was still paying parole fees.
Okay, so tell us about what led to your arrest.
Well, I mean, they came and issued a warrant for me. They came to somebody's house where I was, and they said that they had a warrant for my arrest for attempted murder for something. And I pled not guilty because I never did nothing. They just showed up and came arrested me. They said they'll be doing an investigation on it, and then they'll get back at me, and I've just been incarcerated ever since. I never had no firearm or none of that. I wasn't even around there. What happened?
Where were you?
I was at a friend's house.
So how do you explain the KPLC Channel 7 News?
I never seen KPLC Channel 7 News. I don't explain nothing. I never seen them. I never talked to nobody. They showed up at where I was, and they came to his door, and I came out because my mother had called me on the phone and said that somebody had came over there and told her about an incident, and that's how I knew about it. And then they came, and when they came up there, I came on out and told them I knew they was looking for me for something, but I don't know what they're talking about.
Where were you? You said somewhere else. Where were you? What road?
I was in Elton, but I'm not sure what's the name of the road. I'm not familiar with the road, like the name of it.
House was it?
By the elementary school, Power Road somewhere.
Yeah, whose house was it?
It was dude I called TJ. His name TJ. It was him and his wife and their kids, and we were all over there, and the police showed up over there, and I came out, and put my hands behind my back, and told them, they said they needed to talk to him, and I went out and talked to him.
Okay. Why are you behind on your fees? Were you working?
Actually, I wasn't, but I was paying. I paid them what I could every time she told me to bring some money. I came pay what I could because I had just recovered from a hernia surgery, and she understood. She knew my situation, and when she told me to pay, I'd bring her something every month when she needed some money, needed me to pay. I did what I could.
Did you know Anthony Martin?
Yes, ma'am. That's my cousin. See, that's
Call you Derrick Robin Hood?
DERRICK KEITH. That's my name.
I know. Do they call you Derrick Robin Hood?
No, ma'am.
Well, why would the Allen Parish deputies know you as Derrick Robin Hood? People don't call you that?
No, ma'am.
All right.
I never, I asked the parole officer when he came see me, like, why would I be violated, possession of a firearm, and I never had a firearm. I never had a gun.
Okay.
And I mean, to me, it feels like I'm guilty by association or something, like they trying to say just because I know the guy, and I'm not. I've been on parole for going on 3 years. I've been home. I've been seeing my parole officer. I've been staying out of trouble, trying to take care of my kids.
Why would he say you shot him?
I have no idea. I mean,
You don't know. Been to court? You said you're not been to court. All right.
ma'am,
You said you haven't been to court. I asked you a redundant question. I'm sorry.
yes, I have been to court. I've been to arraignment, and they set my court date for October, but my lawyer is supposed to have filed a fast and speedy trial
Oh,
because
good.
I'm fighting this charge because I'm not guilty, and I'm not just gonna take, like, this is,
Yeah, I understand. So you hired a lawyer or they appointed you a lawyer?
they appointed me a lawyer. And
Well, I tell you what, do you want to, I got some reports in here that talks about Robin Hood and how the guy said you did it. You're saying you didn't. I'd rather it be resolved in court before I make a revocation decision. I'd like to continue this until after your court date.
Okay, can I ask a question? Not saying that I'm guilty, because I'm not guilty. I'm fighting this all the way. But I understand that because I know I know the man, and I was around, that's my house, that's where I live, where around that area. Okay, that's where I grew up at, and I know everybody. But would it be fair for me to, being that I'm in the rear and I know I don't obtain a job because of my situation, and
Some of this information you don't need to discuss with me, you need to discuss with your lawyer. I would not revoke you for being behind on your fees.
okay.
So, but I think those other questions you probably need to talk to your lawyer about and not me.
Would it be possible to request like a technical violation to get me some
Not with
self-improvement program?
Not with pending charges. So I'm just going to tell you, Mr. Keith, my vote today is going to be to continue this proceeding until you've disposed of your pending charges.
Okay.
Did you tell us?
I concur.
Mrs. Stapleton?
And I concur, and you've got $1 million bond set on you.
Yes, ma'am. He said because of the missed court dates. I mean, I don't understand. All I could do is accept what he said.
I concur with Ms. Renata.
So just talk to your attorney when you have that opportunity, and we'll see you once you get it all cleared up.
We continued it. All that. Of course they did.
Yeah.
Until you go.